Also, I'm rawr, wah, wah. All the quacklies.
Like, there was one moment where it was, like, unstable, and now YouTube's like, "We're having a fire!"
Oh my god, we're all gonna burn. Wah.
Pretty much, like, what the fuck? Anyways.
Awesome.
Shit, but
Yeah.
4 years ago we
Wah,
made
wah.
two book nooks. One of Diagon Alley and one of this infinite library. And
Oh, that one
honestly,
was
those are still two of my favorite projects.
Hey,
Back
that
when
actually, I
House
like
came to me
those
with an
infinite
idea
mirrors.
of making a book nook that was 2 meters deep, or 7 feet for our freedom prince. At the time, we didn't really have the shelf space for it, so we kind of put the idea to the side. But now that we have completed
Oh,
the
yeah.
Dark
Dark
Academia
Academia room, I
room
fucking
for
love
Hansi,
that.
we can finally make it. Alrighty then. Here is the plan. We're gonna make an insert about this wide, and the idea is to make a super whimsical fantasy street filled with buildings and characters, maybe some trees, little foliage, and of course lots of detail and lights. But most importantly, it's gonna continue 2 meters inwards. And yes, I mean literally, physically, it's gonna be 2 meters deep. And yes, I also know that this shelf is just 25 centimeters deep, but like, don't worry about it.
You're gonna cut a
get to
hole
that.
in the
Alright,
wall.
so first thing we have to do is to actually make a frame that we can build our fantasy street into. And I'm thinking just to use a little bit of plywood, because it's thin, it's sturdy, easy to work with. So essentially we're gonna cut a bunch of these pieces and try to assemble this absolutely massive frame. And of course, to do that, I'm gonna get the help from William II here. Thank you, friend. It's time to chop.
All the fun.
Really good.
Indeed.
Oh, bruh, that thing is long. I mean, it's kind of hard to capture on camera how long this thing actually is, but
Fucking
if I lie
right.
down next to it, it's much larger. And I'm like 5'7" or 170 centimeters.
I don't think they
That's gonna
thought
be
this
a lot of
through.
buildings. What do you think, Nori? Are we prepared for this?
They're
No.
literally gonna have to cut.
Next step, buildings. There are quite a few challenges we actually have to think about here, because this picnic is quite narrow, which means if we actually want to be able to look 2 meters into this, the buildings have to be very narrow. If we make a building that's like this wide, you're not gonna see anything else. It's blocking everything. And also, we don't want anything to obstruct the view too much, but just a little bit to make it more interesting in
You gotta
layers.
be too
The
very
good
thin
news
at the
is
very
that
beginning
we
and
only really have to
different.
focus on the details in the front
Good old
part, like
perspective.
the foreground section,
Yeah.
and less in the back, because the further back you get, the less detail you're gonna be able to see anyway. See, the details in the front, much more visible than what's in the back
Perfect.
there. I mean, thankfully, because we're gonna need a billion buildings, so having some part to focus on detailing, great, because we need mass production. So plan now is to make the front of one building, figure out all the techniques, all the materials, every step of the process, and then mass production. Alrighty then, let's go. Ooh. There we go, got a nice stack of foam, nice and thin. All of these needs texture. One way to get brick texture is to just draw it on by hand. We've done that a lot in the past. Use the ruler, draw it on, blah blah blah. But since we have William II, who is so willing to work, we're gonna let him. So we have taken our foam sheets, popped them into William and taped them down. And now comes the fun part, which is carving in the brick pattern. And I have prepared
They're
these
very
two
thin.
patterns.
This
One
might
brick
be
wall,
fun to see.
one cobblestone for the road. And now we just have to take this and magically put it in the laser.
I'm loving the way she's texturing it using
It looks
William. Yeah.
really
I don't know what happened over here. I think William gave up a little bit, but I think the pattern is looking very nice.
You know, but
Very
that's
cool.
okay,
Now we're just gonna
'cause
do that,
that's what real life's like.
A lot more times.
Nice.
All right, we got ourselves an acrylic cobblestone stamp. I mean, this method works well. It's accurate, it looks good. I don't really have to do anything, but it's very time consuming, and also poor little William has to work all the time. I remember that on the previous project where we made these massive books for Brandon Sanderson, we made a bunch of these acrylic stamps.
That's cool.
Now, we used those on leather, which worked really well. And like, how different can foam be? Come on. It's soft. You can just do squishy squish and you get the pattern, right?
Not necessarily.
It's time for the clampy stampy. Slide it. Tighten it up.
It's gonna
Wait
cut it.
a second. Untight. Moment of truth. Did it work? Ooh! That actually looks pretty good.
That looks
I think
better
we
than the
could
laser
screw it
cutter,
a
if
little
I'm being
tighter,
honest.
but kind of think this looks better than the laser because it kind of looks like grout in between the rocks.
It looks pretty good, yeah.
So let's see if we can add some texture. Aluminum foil.
Using tin
crinkle
foil.
into a ball. Rolling it on. Dude, this looks amazing! Do you realize what this means?
Looks like has wear now.
Create all the textures. One stamp for cobblestone, one for like a brick wall. We can even make it multiple types of brick wall, like maybe wood texture. This is one stamp that we can use forever. I love this. And by the way,
One
I'm gonna
stamp
put all
that we
these
can
patterns
use
for the
forever.
stamps
I
after
love
One
it.
our
stamp to
patrons.
rule them
Okay,
all.
then. It's time
Yep.
to mass produce stamps.
Damn.
Time to stamp it up. Wah.
Just texturing it before she presses it.
Those are some of the coolest ways to do things.
What?
Just an actual press and then lining it up by eye and pressing it again. Oh, that's so cool.
Yeah. And then you cut it where it meets on another one.
This
Mhm.
is taking too long.
Meh. Needs a bigger press. Bruh.
Everyone, I want you to meet Holly, the hydraulic hand press. Holly, people, Holly. Nice to meet you.
How is that gonna
I've given
speed it? I
Holly
guess
a
you
little
just have to
upgrade
turn
here
it.
with a wood plate
Yeah.
at the bottom, another double
Just-
wood plate up here held up by an elastic band, you know, because I'm lazy and I don't want to take it in and out all the time. And it works by pumping this lever on the side here that takes freaking forever to pump all the way down. Oh my god. Anyway, let's give Holly a try. Take the stamp, place it on the foam, center it, pumpty pumpty, pressure is increasing, and success! Woo! Okay, let's
How's
align it again.
faster?
Pumpty pumpty, and boom! We got
Less effort.
cobblestone, baby.
I guess.
Also, I just realized that the
Like a
foam
lot
is the
less
exact
effort.
same color as my overalls. Like, what? Thank you, Holly, for making this brick making process a lot less painful. Love you. And thank you, Willem II, for cutting out these wall units. Love you as well. Such hard workers. But now we need some
Hans.
roof shingles.
Shingles.
Shingles. Little shingies. This time I'm gonna try to make it like a little jig for it out of plywood. So we have this thing now that we can place a block of foam into. Then we just have to trace the outline of it with a hot wire like this. You know, gotta go nice and slow, take your
Mhm.
time.
And then just slice
now
that.
we take this thing, slice it into delicate, thin sheets, repeat that a bunch of times, and we have easy, quick to make shingles.
Shingle.
Nice. We got cobblestone sheets,
Nice.
brick sheets, shingles, wool units.
Shingles.
So we're only missing one essential thing. Can you guess what it is? Beams. Beams, 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 beams. Luckily, wood beams are
Structure.
super simple to make. We just need to cut some rectangles.
Time for some structural support.
Like
Wah.
this. And now we can just take our hot knife, also turn on our extractor fan, and we can use this hot knife to make some nice beam texture, just like this.
Extra beam.
Easy peasy wood beam. Beams are done and can join the rest of our completed building units. So that means everything is ready for building.
To building.
Loving this electro swing. Good for morning dancing.
All that cost right there.
Doo-doo.
House number one is done.
Oh my god,
It's
that looks adorable.
Just look at it.
Mhm.
I
And
cannot
that
wait
color
to paint
specifically, I'm
this
loving
and
it.
put lights in the windows.
And then she's
and
gonna
make
probably
more of them
paint
and
it.
put everything
Oh yeah,
together
she'll
into
probably
this
she might get Hans
super
to
deep
paint
booklet.
it.
Oh! Yeah, this is just one very narrow building that's going to be a very small part of a very long street. So we better get building.
That still looks like it might be too wide. And she might get these done and then find out, oh fuck, I made them too thick.
She'll have a one-sided street.
Oh,
That's gonna take 12 years.
oh Jesus. I think it's time for a coffee break. The essence of life. Look, I don't know about you, but I'm someone who always ends up with having to play around with and declutter your browser and your brain. Make sure to check out Opera with our link below.
Wah, wah.
Ugh.
Work. Work, work. Work. Rup. Work. Work. Vork. Bork. Bork. Wah, wah. Wah, wah. Le wah. Le wah. Le wah. 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 Quit playing games with my wah. Wah.
One dog, the other dog is in my room.
You have retrieved a dog. Wah.
Hey, baby girl. Come lay down then if you're coming in here to lay down. But you can't run out immediately. Lay down. She walked out. Door's closed. You can't just walk in now. Fuck off.
And back to the project. How's
Fucking
number 2 is
don't
let's
play with my
go.
fucking play around with my clack. Is that what you said?
Wah.
Alright. Oh, that was neat, that little overhang thing she made. I brought down more ice. I forgot to bring my cup up. I wasn't planning to go upstairs that far, but I washed the rice cooker.
Nice.
These buildings take so long to make. I mean, they look amazing. I love the textures and everything.
could've just
And we're
3D
starting to
printed
get a good
bunch.
amount of them. But I can see now that if
Indeed.
every single building in this
But apparently
2
making
booklet
it's
is
more
gonna
fun.
be this detailed and this handmade, well, I will see you next year. To speed things up a bit, we have started to 3D print a bunch of these wall units. I'm gonna leave a link to where we found them down below. And what I'm thinking is to take these and sort of make a Frankenstein-y situation where I take, you know, the beams, the brick sheets, all of these, try to combine it with the wall units just to fill things up a bit faster. Because there is a lot of space to fill. So let's fill up the rest.
Well, I think she's already gotten the main areas done,
the most
like the
part, yeah.
detailed.
Looks like it's all ready.
Even just what she's doing. I thought that that's what she should have been doing from the beginning, if I'm being honest.
That's not looking too bad.
I mean,
I think once we paint
More
these,
from,
we're
like,
not
a
really gonna be
size
able to tell what's
aspect.
printed and what's handmade. We have one large 3D print Franken building, so I'm gonna make quite a few more of these, and then hopefully we have enough buildings to fill the whole 2 meters.
I feel like she's
One
gonna
last
run
push.
into an issue of the ones she was making were too wide.
yeah, I'm wondering about that. I'm wondering if the ones that she was the wide ones were for like the back. You know what I mean?
Maybe- No, I think they were for the
'Cause-
front. They were
'cause that's
so
weird.
detailed.
Yeah, because you don't need the thick ones at the front. For proper perspective, anyways.
I have no idea where she's putting them. All I know is
Okay, so here's the thing. We obviously can't take this 2-meter-long book nook and like drill a hole in the wall. And
Oh,
just have a
I know what
tube
they're
sticking out
doing.
of the
They're
house.
using a mirror to
That would be
curve it.
Too crazy. Even for
Yeah.
us. So we have a little trick in mind, and some of you might have figured this out already. If
I
we
hope
take
so.
this
If it's-
as the part
that's
where
so
you
cool.
look into, we put it like this, and instead of having it go in a straight line, we just do a little magic like that, and then we have the rest of it.
Oh no,
going like
it's still in a
this,
straight
and
line,
now we
but
have
it's
some
mirrored. Yeah.
strategic
yeah, I know.
love
That's
it.
what I meant by like
mirrors.
she's
That's
gonna use
so good.
mirrors.
We can
Yeah,
create an
that's
illusion
perspective.
that
I love
this
it.
fantasy street continues way further in than where the bookshelf actually ends. See how it goes on and on and on and on? Mirrors, baby! Even though this is a pretty big book nook, it's not actually going to occupy that much shelf space. Let me show you. This bookshelf
go
is
more-
basically the same depth as the one
Yeah.
we're going to put this in. We're just going to take our
Yeah,
units,
put it in the back,
push
and
them
then
against the
books
back of the
can come in
bookshelf.
front.
That's going to leave
Yeah.
us plenty of space in front here to
That's
put
what I found
books
with
there.
my
And once we
bookshelves
paint
where I have
the
all my
surface
figurines
with the
and
same color as
Is
the
they're so
bookshelf
deep
itself,
that there's a lot of
Yeah.
you're gonna
stuff.
be able to tell it's there.
So
And
my
that's
dad
something
has
that
his
is really gonna
bookshelves
help
two
dispel
two
the
or
whole
three
illusion
books
and
thick.
really mess with your brain
Yeah,
because it's
so
gonna be
much.
like,
So, yeah.
That's
Where
so
is
heavy.
Lots. Well, you should see these
getting to this
bookshelves.
point
They
has
better be
definitely
damn
not
thick,
been
or else
without brain pain.
He built
because
one.
once you
To
start
happen.
introducing
It's still,
mirrors,
even
Yeah, no,
if they're
it-
thick,
that you
it's
want to look
years
at
No,
of waiting
you-
for it
you-
to just come
you-
down.
It's a fun
You don't
challenge to
understand. He
figure
built
out
these
how
things
to actually
solid,
hide
and they're
the
like
mirror edges,
made out of
which
an
is
old
quite
bed. It's
essential.
crazy.
Yeah,
But
I get
think
that,
we
but
figured
still,
out some pretty
eventually
good
stuff
solutions.
wears out.
The first and probably
Eventually.
biggest problem
You should
is
have seen one
actually to
time, I was like,
hide
why is my
where the
TV
ground
leaning?
meets the mirror.
And I went
The
Oh,
behind it,
Jesus.
the
start
bolt
of the
had
mirror
snapped on the
doesn't
one
start
front
until, like,
area.
4
Yeah.
milliseconds,
The TV
so
was
you get
literally
this
leaning out, and I'm like, oh, that's
And
probably
just
why the
hanging,
color.
yeah.
I was like, that's probably why the color in one corner is going. Because
Yeah,
it's
that
like
would
it's
make
at an
sense.
awkward angle where it's not supposed to be hanging, and it's probably pulling on the TV.
It's probably pulling on the connector, yeah.
What's happening right
Yeah,
here?
I was like, that's probably why the color in the one area is going. So then I sent Dad a picture. I was like,
what's going
what
on
do I
here,
do? He's
unless
like,
you
just
know
leave it
there's a
alone and
mirror.
plug it back.
Next challenge is, of course, to cover
like,
up the
okay.
sides of the mirror. And
Did
for
hydrate
most of
work?
them, we're just going to use buildings.
Yes,
like,
it worked
put that
quite
in
well.
front,
Okay, I have it
something
turned
like
down
that,
very
and you're
far.
not even going to be able to see
I
it. But
watched
this
it.
edge right here, well, that's a funny one because you can't, no matter how you look at it, you can see where the building meets the mirror. But I think
I'll
that
throw
is
an
pretty
almighty
neat.
quack
So
at you,
we have
too.
this column, and if we place it in just the right position, like there, we can make the illusion that there is like a corner of a building where there is columns going around it. Right now you can't even see that seam. Pretty cool, pretty cool. Now, there's only one more big like
I don't have kits
structural
on.
thing to deal
Not
with
gonna see
before
that.
we can do the fun stuff, like painting and such.
Understandable.
You know, I forgot.
And that is to make all of these fit
So many
together.
things to
And,
turn on, I
This
forgot.
time we're gonna try to use magnets.
Uh-oh.
We have a bunch of these like
Streamlabs.
magnets.
Streamlabs.
And I'm thinking just to put like
Oh,
one
yes.
in each corner on
Totally.
each unit, and that should be enough. Perfect. And now time for a little glue sandwich. Yeah.
Party!
Very
Let's
often
Harlem
when we
Shake.
paint miniatures like this, we end up
Newt,
mixing
newt.
colors every single time. But once and for all, I have
just
solved
redeemed it.
that problem. As you might know,
I
I'm
saw
getting
that. I
paint
gotta go
specifically
back and see
made
it.
For dioramas and miniature painting is quite expensive. So I thought I'm gonna mix my own paints, put it in my own bottles, label them, and now I have all the colors I need. This way the paint job is gonna look consistent.
I think I
don't
missed
have to
it.
go back
Oh,
and
well.
forth to mix it over and over again. And also very convenient. I mean, look at these bottles. Got a little twist cap and
My
everything.
problem with bottles like that is you
Noise.
tend to actually
Hans has
find that your
already
paint
primed
still
all
dries
of these
out.
first with a layer of glue
Hans!
just to seal the foam in, and then a layer of this like beige colored. So we are ready for base colors. I recommend having a little spray bottle of water next to you so you can just go whenever your palette is drying out. Keeps it moist. First building, let's go.
It's gonna take her 12 years.
Indeed.
Base colors are in. Next step is very much a trust the process kind of step because we're gonna take our stone accent color and start painting individual little stones.
Oh, nice. That's gonna take a while, but it's gonna look
Ah,
so
yes.
good.
Looks like poison M&Ms. Don't worry, don't
Mm.
worry. Next step is gonna fix all of this because we're gonna apply a little wash on top, which is just like basically water mixed with a little bit of paint. It's gonna seep into those cracks and unify everything.
Texture it. Don't make it look pretty.
Yeah.
Give it a dirty look.
We got base colors, check. Wash, check. So
The
there's
wash.
just one more step, which is dry brush.
Mhm.
And honestly, like, this is my favorite step. It's so easy to do, super quick, and it adds so much. We take just a little bit of paint. You don't want this paint to be like wet on the brush, so we just take off most of it.
Get rid of as much of it as possible. Yeah, that's amazing.
Nice and simple. See how that just
That's
enhances the shape of it,
Mhm.
lifts it out of the darkness. I love this stuff.
So that's lighting, literally. All it is. That's
does.
lighting areas.
All the highlights.
But it does a lot.
It really does.
Alright,
Well, highlights
that's
do.
one building down, and while I've been painting this, Hansi has been
Details,
painting a bunch of other
texturing, and
buildings.
highlights make everything.
Hansi's
So
painting
basically,
other ones.
we just have to repeat
Yep.
all those steps many times to paint all the buildings.
Many times.
It's painting time!
I kind of want to see how it turns out.
Oh, I
I'm,
definitely want to see how it turns out.
I'm excited.
I love watching her stuff. She puts some insane amount of work into like some things that people wouldn't do because that's an insane amount of work.
Indeed. Why-
Buildings have been painted, they're currently drying, and now there's just one more
Like
thing we have to
rotate
paint,
like
and
that
that is a bunch of miniatures. We want
Mm.
this tree to actually actually look crowded and populated, so we've 3D printed a bunch of miniatures. Hansi has actually painted a bunch of them already. There are still a few main centerpieces left, like this little fruit stand that's gonna be right in the front. And well, miniature painting is not my strong suit, but let's just hope it's gonna be good enough.
Agreed. It is not my strong suit either.
Painting, I just my hands.
I can't paint.
Don't get me wrong, I've done it.
I have no artist skills whatsoever.
I have
Not me. I am artistless.
I've made so many cosplays and stuff at this point. Rats.
Mm-hmm.
Meow.
The painting is complete! All the buildings, all the miniatures, everything is painted, and my goodness, I cannot wait to put this all together! I mean, these are looking so good! And also, I think this must be the biggest pile of miniatures we've ever painted and ever made for a single project. But boy, we
Indeed.
are so close to being done. There's only a couple of things left. And the first thing we gotta do is LEDs. And
Oh,
as you might
no.
know, this is, well, not my favorite part. It's just very time consuming.
It's
Kinda
tedious.
boring to like cut the wire, solder the wire, cut the wire, solder the wire. Oh, it went wrong. Great, do it again. It has to be done because it just adds so much life and depth and oomph into a diorama. And I already have a little bit of a head start on this LED thing because I have made a bunch of these adorable little lanterns. I mean, do you see how small that is? These are just some resin printed lanterns we made a long time ago that I put some
Nice.
itsy bitsy LEDs into. Painted them
That's
black,
crazy.
so we're gonna put
That's
these
exactly
in a
what's
couple of
needed, though. That's
places.
perfect.
And of course,
Yeah.
we're gonna have lights in the buildings, inside the windows, and also from the sky. So
Lanterns
to make a
in
sort of
the-
skylight, we're just gonna construct a simple box that we can slide on top of all our units, LEDs on the side, bounce it down onto the street, and that
Have
will
it
hopefully light
diffused.
up the whole thing. This means we're onto the final part of this entire
That's
build.
what that
We're just
babe-
assembling
that's what that
everything,
white
putting
thing
in all
was
the details,
Yeah.
put some little
I was
foliage
gonna
in
say
there,
the other
some
thing that
lights,
she could have
and
done
just
is she could have
see
done street lamps.
everything finally come together. Oh man, it's been too long. It's assembly time!
Hansi. At least Hansi doesn't know the wiring.
Mm-hmm.
He's like, I can wire in inside. Like that one at the front there, so that's like excessively large.
Yeah.
Like she painted things and she did things that no one will ever see.
Yeah. But that's okay.
Yeah. Ye old nerd board.
Ye old nerd forge.
Guys, the assembly is complete! Oh my god, it's looking so freaking good. I cannot wait to take this thing home and try to mount it in Hansi's bookshelf, which I'm also a little nervous about, because, like, what if it doesn't fit? I mean, I've measured it so many times and tried to wrap my brain around it, but there is always a little chance that something has gone wrong, so fingers crossed. But before we do that, let me just give you a quick little rundown of this whole thing. First of all of these are still individual units, so we can still like pluck them apart. So all the LEDs here are connected together with these little clips, just to make it more convenient.
That's smart.
The power is gonna come
Yeah.
through here,
It
like
looks
behind
like
the
they're
first
using
mirror,
Molex.
up through the bottom, and that is going straight to an Arduino that can
An
control
Arduino!
individually addressable LEDs. Skylight boxes, we can put them on top here, and then with the acrylic here, we get that nice like diffuse daylight coming down onto the street. Oh. Now, I'm gonna let you in on a little secret and don't tell anyone. On the last two boxes here, Do you see how few buildings there actually are? I mean, it looks dumb like this, but the thing is, it's all obstructed by this building right here. So there's no point in making these if you're not
That's
gonna be
why
able
she
to
did
see
it.
them. Like, no one's gonna know. Well, now all that remains is to take all of this
Which
apart,
means she could have used less
transport it
space. That's
safely
okay,
back
though.
home, hopefully without anything breaking, and try our best to mount it into the bookshelf and hide the fact
Still
that it's
pretty
there.
cool. I like it.
Here we are. Let's do this.
Time to put a hole in the wall. Yeah.
Time to put a hole in the
Got
bookshelf.
this, and now we just have to try to sneak everything in there. Let's get the units. We start in the corner.
Yeah, no kidding. You start in the
Oh,
corner.
no. I didn't think about that. We try again. Okay. It's just hovering in space.
Yo.
Tricky part now is gonna be trying to connect the plugs up here. After a lot of struggle, we finally got the units in. Now there's only the final front part, which is probably gonna be the trickiest. The problem isn't to like get them into the sockets, it's actually connecting all these connectors without blocking the holes and stuff. So I feel my temper's rising a little bit.
I can see how frustrating that would be too. Holy cow.
Oh my god. Bruh, my god. Okay, that is freaking ridiculous. We finally got everything in place. It's looking straight. It's looking good. All the lights are working. But obviously these surfaces aren't looking very good. You can obviously see there's something there, but we come prepared. I mean, all we have to do is just hide the fact that there are lights like that.
That's
and
amazing.
you would never know it was there.
All they did was just pull the things out.
Yep.
It's done!
I can't believe how good it looks in context.
I love it!
It's amazing. And when we got the book,
Hey, I have some of those Pokemon things that he has
that
It's
covered.
so great.
Just messed
Nice.
with
Oh, no,
your
those are the
mind. I mean,
games.
when you had the idea, I was like, that sounds kind of crazy, but seeing it now is
That's
I
like
love it
all
when
the
you
original
just
games still
change
unlocked.
your like perspective. You can
That's
kind
insane.
of see different parts of the book nook. I feel like this is what a book nook wants to be, kind of.
Yeah,
Like
kinda.
it is.
the essence
This-
of a book nook.
This
just
book nook
so-
is
there's an
incredibly cool.
Actual world
Yeah.
in there.
It is. I'm really happy with how it turned out. I hope it's worth putting the holes in your bookcase.
I think yeah, it's amazing.
Oh, I can't wait to show this to our friends when you have visitors and stuff. Just showing this off.
We just
Come
have to make
on.
sure they don't see our video first.
Yeah, they don't watch our videos. That's fine. But man, this project has taken so much
They don't
time.
watch our
I mean, if you
videos.
follow us, you know
Friends?
that
We
it's
have
been a while
friends?
since we uploaded because it's holiday season, and then both Hansi and I got sick, and then well, this project has
Oh,
taken
fuck!
more
Rob
time than
watched it this
expected.
watched this
Surprise,
fucking
surprise,
early
never heard that
into
before,
it.
but
Indeed.
definitely worth it. I absolutely love
Here at the
this
beginning.
project. Like all the little details, such an amazing way to kick off 2025. We have so many more exciting projects in store for the year to come. So stay tuned. Thank you for watching. Thank you for being here, and I hope you keep.
Forward.
Wah.
Made hers nice. This was. I put all the Wheel of Time things in one book. Oh, they're making a Fallout kitchen.
A lot of work.
I need.
This video is an ad for Fallout 76.
Fallout
baby!
Kitchen.
Yes!
I love
This video,
Fallout.
I'll attempt to
I
turn my
don't,
sad
but I do wanna
excuse
see how
for a
this
kitchen here in the studio into a proper
I like
post-apocalyptic
the,
Fallout. Ever since high
I like
school,
the
I've been
design
obsessed
of
with
it.
Art
Fallout.
Deco
Yeah.
style,
I
yeah.
just love the combination between the lovely, sweet 50s aesthetic combined with the dark, ruined wastelands, and I can't wait to try to capture that vibe in my very own kitchen.
While I hate 76, I'm a Fallout fan.
Here's the plan.
Mm.
All right, first of all, we're gonna have to build a platform
everybody.
to level out the floor. Then we're gonna set
Oh.
up a fake wall here with
Is
a
evil.
nice fake window in it. And then we have to try to find some secondhand old kitchen that we can reclaim and set up here. Find some old appliances and stuff. And of course, we're gonna paint everything to make it look old and worn. And finally, we're gonna build a nice bar at the front here in classic Fallout style. It's gonna be so cool. I really want to try and scavenge and find as much stuff as I can secondhand, and then just transform it into something that looks like it's from a post-apocalyptic world. We've got a lot of work ahead of us, and I'm sure this is going to turn into a pretty chaotic journey. All I know is the first thing we have to do is go pick up the kitchen. So let's go.
The guy in the background.
Our quest was a success.
We spent 2 days
We found
picking
so
stuff
much
up.
cool stuff. Let me show you. First of all, this beautiful Smeg fridge. We got it for super
40s,
cheap just because
50s
it had like
fridge.
a
Nice.
tiny little crack here. Perfect for the 50s vibe. Just look at that bubbly shape. And we have these overhead cupboards. They look like this when they're hung up. And they have like a slanted front with sliding doors, which is just so perfectly 50s. Then there's the bottom part of the kitchen. We found these in someone's garage, thinking if we just remove the handles, add some paint on there, it's gonna fit right in. The painting here is gonna be everything. Oh, I also picked up these two. It's a little mini oven and a coffee maker.
I know you can
cute.
buy those
But before I start
now,
like, the whole painting
currently.
process,
Best Buy
I just
has
want to
them.
take all of this, try to make a nice layout in there, and that means we have to tear down the kitchen. Good thing I can just roll my kitchen away.
Yeah, it's not much of a kitchen.
Well, I mean,
Uncovered some nice coffee stains here. Very
removable walls.
Yeah.
Mint.
Looking good. Since this kitchen was originally custom made for a different house, I basically had to put them together like little Tetris pieces to try to make it work with our corner layout, which wasn't exactly the easiest since none of the bench tops were long enough to fit, but I managed to make it work by patching them together with several smaller pieces and some brackets on the back to keep them together, and so
Not
we have a
bad.
kitchen, baby! It's already looking better than the old one. I mean, the bar wasn't very high because it was very sad, but I'm pretty happy with the layout. Now, in the corner here, you can see there's a gap, but I had the leftover piece, so we can just do this. Crack cupboard. Since this is like the one day of nice weather we've had in months, I'm gonna use that chance to paint outside. Probably gonna be the last day of sunlight for the rest of the year, so please don't leave me. Since this is gonna be the 50s kind of
Please don't
aesthetic,
leave
with
me.
this super
Yes,
light
the blue.
turquoisey blue, I think this is just gonna contrast
such
really
a
nicely
pretty
Did you download
blue.
with the
Endling?
rust and dirt effect on
I've
top.
had Endling downloaded for a while.
Okay.
Like, the day you mentioned it, I went and got it.
Color is
That's
gorgeous.
Such a cute
Test
Yeah.
piece, check. Everything works, which is nice. So now we can move on to actually painting all of these things. And in preparation, I've just managed to lodge all these drawers with a little bit of styrofoam, just so I can get like under the edges here. Finally, it is painting time. Bippity-boppity.
Bippity boppity. Prime time. Quack, quack.
Base coat on the cabinets are now done. I've set them inside to dry. And now we can move on to painting my good old fridge. It has to be sanded down first though, which is why we're outside again. Sanding time.
Just tried to lay on top of a blanket. I'm funny.
Gonna make that fridge a pretty
Sanding on the
color.
fridge is done. We're ready for painting. And if you played Fallout before, you know where this is going. Of course, it's gonna be a Nuka-Cola fridge. And I have
Ooh,
laser
yay.
cut the logo for Nuka-Cola. And the plan is just
Great.
to attach that to the fridge so it stays in this sort of off-white color. Paint the entire thing red and then distressing. That
This
looks
is awesome.
amazing.
Having a laser cutter would be so cool.
Mm-hmm. Because you still have to have the artistic ability to make this stuff first.
Yeah,
Ooh.
that's gonna look so
That
slick.
is
Come on.
clean. I love it.
Mm.
I'm gonna wait a bit with starting to like weather these and put on all the rust effects and everything until I can actually mount the kitchen in place. But before we can mount the kitchen in place, we have to actually build the platform and the fake walls. And to do that, we have brought back Aaron. Oh my god, you got such a fan club last time.
Oh, it's nice to be back.
Thank you so much for coming. And this is
Let's
gonna be so
go.
much faster now that we have Aaron here. Are you ready to build the floor?
Yeah,
Wall?
let's go.
Let's go!
Let's go. He must be a woodworker.
Indeed. Carpenter.
Yeah. He knows how to do it properly.
So now it's time for the
Indeed.
Like those slanted beams. Carpet tape. Or whatever they're putting down. Never mind, it's linoleum.
Gaffing tape and linoleum. Wow.
I think. Or vinyl.
That probably vinyl, yeah.
Never mind, linoleum and vinyl are the
So
same.
now let's put up the walls.
Indeed. They're very similar.
A window. Yeah.
Oh, this is cool.
That's a texture.
That's a texture. Ew.
Oh, it's fucking wallpaper. Oh,
Yup.
I didn't get time to read the
Wallpaper
font.
glue.
I mean, read the package. I was too busy looking at it, trying to be like, what the fuck is that?
It's still pretty cool. Wallpaper glue, just,
I like that they made a fake window.
it is.
Also, those walls
it
are
must-
wicked.
Window, floor, and
It
now
must have
all
been
we
a
want
nuke-proof
is the
window.
kitchen.
Oh, those are so pretty.
Yeah.
Hmm. It's too bad they probably don't keep this kitchen.
No, they will.
You think so?
Yeah. This will be here a
Huh.
year or two from now when they decide another project, but it'll be here a long time. They might never
Nice.
touch this one.
Ooh, backsplash. So pretty.
There's a higher chance, I think, with this that they would go and do their own kitchen at home before
Yeah.
they take this down.
This is
Yeah,
so pretty.
no, they don't just do this and then
Our
take stuff
kitchen,
down.
I'm just
It's
in
usually
love
what they
with the combo
use
between the
permanently
so
for a
freaking
while.
red fridge
Yeah.
and the so freaking blue kitchen. Let me just show you some of my favorite features here. First of all,
Haven't even done the bar
slanted
yet.
cupboards
Looks
here with
better.
the little sliding doors. I mean, they're perfect. And we also got these super nice like stick-on tiles. So easy to assemble. And the cool thing about this window is like right here. We
It
have
goes to
basically a
nowhere.
little door where we can access the LED panel and take it out and turn it off and on if we have to, and then just close it off with magnets, and no one will ever know. Ooh, and also these handles.
Those
They
handles
are
are
so cute. I mean, cute for the time. I wouldn't have these myself, but it fits right in. It's gonna be kind of sad to start weathering this now because it's so pristine and pretty. I'm gonna miss you in this state. Rest in peace, beautiful kitchen. As
Time
you
to
might have
weather.
noticed, we're still missing one very big thing.
bar.
The bar. But Martina, why is there a bar in the kitchen? It makes no sense. Yes, it does, because we're in the apocalypse. How do you survive?
Yeah.
Well, you can either walk around
Drinking.
trying to scavenge things and survive, or you start a bar to earn some money. But where do you get a bar?
And drink
Well, you
heavily.
walk to your neighbor or the next town over, you just steal a bunch of materials, bring it back home, and you build a bar, which Aaron is doing right now. And so our lone
He's
survivor
building the
has
bar.
managed to make a nice, solid business in the sad wastelands. And this also just happens to align with my vision of wanting to have an actual functional kitchen and also something that looks cool and apocalyptic at the same time. Very convenient. This entire thing is just built from 2x2s and plywood, basically. But the difficult part here is the little bendy bits. So we had to take a bunch of boiling water, pour it on the plywood, and then like force it and strap it
Yeah,
around
and then
the
you
top.
use
Oh
the
my God,
things
it was
and
a
you nail.
nightmare to not get
Yeah.
it to crack. But after a lot of struggle and a
Oh,
lot
the
of work,
hard bending.
I learned,
Oh
yeah,
my
no, when we
goodness,
were making that
Drum looks
8-foot
so
tall Eiffel
good.
Tower,
And so
me and
we
my
just had
dad, the
to
1
slap
year.
some paint
Well,
on there.
also,
You
there
learned
was
how to
like-
bend.
Vinyl to
Yeah,
get
no,
that
we-
nice
we-
wood
we
texture
bent
and
wood
a little
for
bit
it.
of metal on top.
That's so cool.
It doesn't look real, and it has so much storage. Look at
That
all
needs to be
these
unreal.
shelves. It's
Wow.
not just pretty, it's actually
Those
usable.
undershelves should be
Perfect
repainted,
combo.
but she's gonna
And now
weather
that
it, so
we
I
have
don't think
all
it's
the
gonna
big
matter
stuff in
as much.
place, we can finally move on
Indeed.
to what I think is the most exciting and most fun part, the detailing. Because like this is the point where we take it from this nice
Oh, they
and
put the rest of
cozy
the backsplash
50s
on by the
into
window.
apocalypse.
Yes, they did. Holy cow. A broken clock.
Not broken.
No, it should be. It's apocalyptic.
I mean, it doesn't necessarily mean it's gonna die.
Got this curtain.
It might
makes
be
feel
out of
so
batteries.
homey here. Now, this next
Indeed.
item I think is actually going to be super useful. And
But
it's
think about
like
it, 200
a
years
drawing
later,
rack in
maybe.
the perfect
Oh my God, that is
turquoise
adorable.
color. Just gotta build it.
Build it. Let's go. Oh, that is. I kind of want a
And now
rack
for
like
some
that, to
smaller
be
details,
honest.
I found all of these at the secondhand store. Aren't they just perfect for this set?
More Art Deco stuff.
Yeah.
Now,
Nice.
next thing up is lamps. We got so many cool lamps. These ones, for example, we got on Craigslist. Hansi just picked them apart and put in some new bulb sockets and a new wire. This one we found at the recycling station for free. Like someone had just thrown it away. And this one for the wall,
Indeed.
secondhand store. So many cool lamps. So let's try to put them all up.
That one I like.
Mm-hmm.
Too bad she couldn't have gotten more like this.
We got wall lamp, ceiling lamps, and
I don't
these
like
two
lamp.
have this really cool on and off switch. Just hear this. How satisfying is that?
I don't
And
like
over
those two
here,
lamps.
I
The first
added
one
this
looked awesome.
nice fake neon
Agreed.
sign, and it just adds a little bit of that
I think those lamps
ambiance
take away.
to the background. This next item is one of my absolute favorites.
It might just
and
be
it's this
because they're already
custom-made
technically-
Vault Boy rug. This
Mhm.
was made by our intern Isabel, and my god, the process of watching that being made, so satisfying. And just look how good it turned out. She's super skilled with tufting, so thank you, Isabel. And now I'm gonna put you, my little friend, right here in front of the sink. So
Right
we
where
can stand on
he
your
belongs.
face while doing the dishes. Oh, by the way, you might have seen me wear this hoodie in a couple of recent videos, and I'm so excited to let you know that it is soon dropping in our web store. If you want to get notified
That
of
is
when
nice.
it's available, then sign up
Mhm.
on our emailing list on our web store. Thank you very much.
There
for
was always
listening.
stuff
That's all.
from,
Okay, back
Game
to the video. Oh
So
man,
there was stuff I've been like,
I
eh.
really think we managed to capture the super cozy 50s
I
vibe
understand
with
that.
all of these super bright colors, the rounded off shapes. It feels like home somehow. But of course, it's not gonna stay this way because we're gonna turn this into a post-apocalyptic bar. All the shelves are pretty bare right now. I wanna just clutter them up with stuff that really sells the illusion of this having been through the apocalypse. I'm gonna have to think a little bit on what kind of items I want in here to capture that feeling, and then we can do the weathering. I shall be back very soon.
So while we've been working on this entire kitchen, I've been on a secondary mission. And that is to find an old school TV that I can connect to my laptop, playing whatever footage we want in the background. That would be very cool. You just get a TV and you hook it up to your laptop. Easy, right? Well,
No.
turns out it was not that easy. The first television I tried was a real TV from the 50s. I don't think it had been turned on for probably like 50 years. So when I turned it on and it actually showed something on the screen.
Something on the screen.
I
Even
think
though it
he
was just
would have.
noise, I was actually pretty
had
happy
to
with that.
gut
But
it.
after having it on for a little
No?
bit,
Oh god,
and
there's
trying
lots of ways to
connect
do
my
it. It's
laptop
just
through the AV to RF converter, it just completely died. Like suddenly,
you
died.
need to grab an old PCI
Well, that
card
was a sad
to do it.
moment. Luckily, I found another TV
But
available.
th-
very,
as long
very
as you
close to
find
me,
one
so
with
I
a,
picked
an
that one up,
RF
brought it home, and
jack,
it was
you're
much
good.
the same story. Turn it on,
And they're
warmed
not
it up,
that hard to
on and off
find.
A little bit, and then bam, wouldn't turn on again. Did it stop working?
The bulbs are going.
Are you
And probably,
Oh my god.
especially if these are PAL
I have to say, I
TVs
was
from
a little
Europe.
bit
In Europe,
frustrated at that
Yeah.
point because I thought
They
this
are.
would be a very simple
I mean,
task.
they're
Yeah,
in
they're
Turns out
bulbs.
It was
Ones, I
not.
think.
Getting an old TV to work is more about not killing the TV, it seems. I had ordered a backup TV online just in case nothing would work, and I found it really cheap. And it arrived, I brought it in. Okay, I'm not gonna run it for too long this time. We've set it to the VHF, which is the very high frequency, which is the same thing as our adapter from HDMI to antenna is going on. Also, my antenna connectors are just crocodile clips hooked onto an antenna cable. Now we
Yep.
hook up the HDMI.
and then you hook it,
And poof. No.
and there's a chance you could get a signal. Digital to
Oh
analog.
my
It's
god. It's
not hard, but
Oh my god!
I honestly, I think that TV goes better than any of the others with how.
And it is
big
really, really
faces.
cool. I'm very happy with
Other
it.
than
I
the
think this
first
TV
one, but
fits the
yeah,
kitchen
I
the
agree.
best. The story
No, I
has a
think
happy
the
ending, and
color
now
on
we
this
can
one makes
put
it go
this
better.
In our
you
kitchen,
mean
which
the
is gonna
lack
be
of
amazing.
color? Oh, you mean the color on the
Perfect.
TV, not
Yeah.
the color of the
I'm
TV.
back. I've thought a bit about this, and
I mean
think
the
first
red.
step into the
Yeah.
apocalypse is going to be creating some cool Nuka-Cola bottles. So step one, acquire glass bottles. Let them sit in some hot water for a bit just so I can scrape up the labels. I've also printed out the logos. But guys, the most important thing here is obviously the little bits at the bottom that creates the shape. We need to make a paper template, laser cut them in acrylic, and glue them on. Now I just need to take this and turn it into a laser cutting pattern. Step 2, super glue these to the bottle.
That would have been
Step
good
3,
for you.
logos.
Mm-hmm.
And step 4, paint.
Or 3D printing the whole thing.
The bottle cap.
Ah yeah, just one
Yeah,
more
but I
to
think
go.
he wanted both.
I do too.
Why?
We interrupt this program with an important message from Fallout 76, the largest, most dynamic world ever created in the Fallout
Oof.
universe. Emerge from the safety of a vault into
But it's
all
not
of your home
dynamic.
to
What
give
are they
yourself
talking
a Martina.
about?
Probably just saying.
Anyway, time for the final step, step 5, weathering. Just gonna add some silver paint. Now some rust. And there you go, a nice old-looking Nuka-Cola bottle. I might have gone a little overboard on this. Now, another thing I really associate with Fallout is, of course,
I don't
tin
think a
can
little
food.
overboard.
And so
goes
we've
for
made a bunch of it.
definition
And they're really simple to make. This
I
one,
don't
for
think a
example,
little
go a
overboard can be
little
done.
over-
Cardboard tube and
He
paper.
goes,
Same thing.
way
Overboard or not at
Cardboard
all?
tube, paper, cream, cardboard, paper. Then of course we have the good old pork and beans. And a tin can will do. Ammo boxes. This is just printed paper that has been folded. Buff
Nice.
out. Just a vitamin box that's painted. Sugar bomb cereal. Really just XPS foam, paper. And my favorite little detail, bubble gum, folded paper, and aluminum foil. Look how legit that looks. All right, let's get you on these shelves.
These don't look terrible. I'm enjoying this.
Yeah.
Quantum, let's go.
All right, I think we have most of the decoration items we need, which means there's only one more step, weathering. Basically what we're gonna do is we're gonna apply some washes to everything in here, basically just water down paint, do some dry brushing, add some rust effects, and basically just make everything look like it's old and worn down. Final step, let's freaking do this!
Final step sounds painful.
Let's go. It's gonna take a while, but it's gonna look amazing
No, like
when
sounds
it's done.
painful on that. It's so nice and pretty and pristine.
I
right
love the
now.
pristine, but it's like pre-war
Needs the
versus
weathering.
post-war. Yeah. Definite weather.
Yeah,
Oh, that hurts so much to see them weather the bar.
but it looks so pretty.
It does, but it hurts. Whack.
Guys, it is done!
It is
I
done!
freaking love this kitchen. We've spent quite a bit of time weathering all of this, and I mean, we could definitely have done more,
Yeah,
but
right.
this is like the limit of how much apocalypse I'm willing to inflict on a kitchen I'm actually gonna use in my everyday life. I mean, it's post-apocalyptic, but it's tasteful post-apocalyptic. The main weathering techniques we used is really just brown
Nothing
paint mixed
about
with water
apocalypse.
that's been applied to like wallpaper, the
Tasteful,
tiles
man.
here.
All
Dabbed
tasteful.
off with a little bit of paper. Basically same thing with all the props. Paint, water, dab on. And then on the covers here,
Dab,
we also
wipe,
use
dab,
some
wipe
steel
it off.
wool
Dab,
on all the
wipe it
off.
edges, and especially around the handles where people would have touched it a lot, just to make it look like it's been worn down over a long time. And then my favorite part, the fridge. We
Like-
also use steel wool here along the edges, and I really just think it looks super realistic. I kind of want to take this home. I know all the props take up a lot of shelf space here, but we have so much storage in the cupboard, in the drawers down here, and also the bar on the side.
Yeah,
that
I'm not worried
really
about the prop.
worried about filling this up
Mhm.
in a long time. For now, I think it's really worth the aesthetic points. Again, huge thank you to Fallout 76 for making this product possible. It's an amazing game and free to play this weekend, so check it out. And of course, thank you so much for watching this video, and finally,
These guys.
A few months ago, my husband took. This is Juby, our fluffy void
You're a furry potato.
and supervisor.
Hi, you wanna come help? Which one do you like? Which one do you like?
If
He
you
was
watch
in
any
so
of our
many
videos,
videos.
you know her very well.
You was having a good time?
even though our content is usually about building
I watched
projects or
all
playing
their
video games or
videos,
cooking weird
and I've
stuff,
seen this cat
none of
for
which really
multiple
involves
years.
cats, she was always there.
She comes to distract us in this vital moment.
And it's incredibly hard to say that on January 26th, we had to say goodbye to our sweet girl.
You can hear
She's
her
the sweetest.
basically.
Oh, Juby.
We
Mhm.
lost Juby to cancer, and I'm not sure if we're ready to make this video yet. Honestly, I don't think we are. But the main thing giving me the strength to do so is that we know a lot of you guys are mourning too.
And one thing that helped us a lot is remembering all of the good memories about Juby. And so
Worst part is
we
this-
wanted to share
Oral,
a bunch of our favorite Juby memories and
oral
Juby stories
cancer is
with you
one of those
guys.
things.
We thought that would be crying a lot. Like
Yeah, my mom
photos-
died of that
pictures
too.
Of her, but they're
Luffy's
what brought
mouth
us
is
the
pretty.
most joy and laughter.
Juby's
I think
origin story
Luffy's
stems
teeth
from
are
me
all
being
gone.
uncharacteristically impatient and spontaneous.
I had literally
He's
just gotten my
50,
first
probably.
apartment and I was like,
And she's
I'm
7.
gonna be responsible. I'm gonna like get my
And
apartment
Luffy's
set up,
like a
fully
year or 2
furnished,
young.
and then I'm getting a cat because I wanted a cat so bad.
So Caitlin, tell us how fully furnished your
Emotional
apartment got.
I
dab.
bought a bed.
All
and
the
I had
emotional
just
damage.
Ordered a couch and had it on order. And on the way home from ordering the couch, I stopped by the animal shelter and I met Juby.
She
Juby.
chose you.
She did.
Supervisor.
I was meeting a bunch of different cats and kittens, and Juby just like
So
crawled
much of
into
their
my lap and laid down,
So much of
and I
their
was like,
their merch and stuff has jubes in it.
She chose me.
I do
And so I took
think
her
that
home.
it
No
might take them
merch,
time, but I
just
do
the
think they
bed.
need to get it.
But we were just like, I feel like I like launched.
Not because
my
they want to
adult
replace
life with
this
her.
one,
And then
but because I think
less
they
than a year
probably
later,
so
we
used
got
to having a
meet
cat for 15 years that not having one might hurt you.
She was fairly accepting
Indeed.
of me right from the beginning, even though she didn't like many people.
She actually liked you.
You know, Juby was a part of my visits to Caitlin because when we first started dating, I was in Houston and Caitlin was in San Antonio.
Yeah, so basically every weekend you
Yep.
were living with us.
High five. High five.
I became her second person. I maxed out her love capacity.
She only had room for two.
And two.
Yeah. I lost my job at the time, so I started freelancing. So I started just like going to Evan's apartment 2 weeks at a time, and I bring Juby with me,
Yep.
and we would just road trip back and forth every time. She was such a trooper; like she didn't mind the drives, which is great.
They
'cause she
just
it
made
through
something for her not
many
even that
weeks
long.
with us.
Yeah, 4 moves.
Oof.
You know, and she's just been with us through a lot of like
Well, I mean, they didn't make it
phases
all
of life.
They made an entire renovation of her.
She was there when we did our first DIY project together. She was there when we got engaged.
You came into my life as just a friend.
Came into my life.
She was there when we bought our first house. She's so tolerant of you.
Love you, Juby.
She was there helping us make things for our wedding. And she was helping us fix up our house. She was there when we started the YouTube channel.
Are you excited?
I'm excited. It's like Christmas.
I know. Judy, are you excited? Are you out of focus?
Oh, that was it.
She was there when we quit our day jobs.
The
Meow.
more time we spent in our normal jobs,
Meow.
we are all in. This is happening.
She was our companion during the pandemic,
Guys are cute.
floods, and
Oh.
ice storms.
It snowed outside. What do you think?
And she was there to greet us every time we came home.
He's my girl.
Yeah, we're back. Hi. Oh, yes.
Very early on, we started calling her our supervisor because
What you doing?
we would be working on projects in the house.
It's always very much a I'm being with
And
you. cat.
Juby's the kind of cat that just wants to be like near us all the time. Like she wants to be in the same room. And it was just so funny because she was literally supervising our work. And then it just kind of became like an ongoing joke. And I'm trying to remember when supervisor approval started.
Juby, what do you think about this catty? Look at how much bigger it is.
It might have been fairly early
I
on
think it was
because
pretty
she was
early.
always there and we wanted her opinion.
Yeah.
And she had a habit of anything you held out to her, she'd just like
Head bonk
headbutt
it.
Juby.
Admit. Oh. Look at. Oh, yes. Oh, yes.
If the supervisor approves of the secondary prototype, we shall move forward.
Toby, what's this?
So use that as supervisor approval. We could hold almost anything out to her, and she'd just go.
She head bonk it, and that was approval.
That's a rub. That's a rub.
Oh, that's a
That's
rub.
a rub.
That's a rub. So we maybe kind of cheated.
That's cheating.
You know, she was such a
Cheated.
loving girl. If something was in front of her, she wanted to give it a rub.
Bunk.
Pretty kitty.
She did.
All
love
the
a few
emotional
of the
damage.
topics We made her.
Yay.
Her,
She
like,
did.
both
The catio
catios
they
she
made.
loved a
She
ton.
loved the catios.
The cat bed on the car.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, she's so cute. It's like she's like lounging in her car.
The scratching post chair.
She likes getting a grip on it.
She's liked and sometimes disliked the cat kiss.
Yeah.
The cat,
I can see her eyes just a tiny
the
bit.
cat kiss.
She loved the window seat that we made
That's
her.
what they just made
Used
not that
her
long
feeding
ago.
station basically every day. But honestly, we got so much joy making projects for her, even when she rejected them.
Like,
Just no.
I just need to get higher up. Get into my pouch.
Get into the pouch, Duckie.
Joe, what?
Sometimes that brought us the most joy because she was just so funny. Like there's so much like personality baked into
Nope.
that little kitty.
And then there was the cat wheel, which Juby found a very specific use for.
I know.
Oh, that makes me happy. She did use it for a while, but she only used it to summon us to give her ham.
oh my gosh.
It's the ham
She'd run a
wheel.
single like loop on it, and we'd come give her ham because we're like, "Good job, we're being
Keep it
encouraging."
going.
And then she would stop,
She was like,
Where's
hello.
my ham?
It's my ham, bitch.
I have summoned the ham.
and she'd wait there until we brought her more
She
ham.
would not move unless she was being fed a constant stream
Of
of ham
ham.
turkey.
Yeah, ham is actually turkey.
That's
Oh,
funny.
now she's laying down. She's like, that's it.
That's
you have
all
to
I'm gonna
give me
do.
ham.
Which brings us to the ham call.
Ham.
They made it become a part of the community with her.
It started because I had watched the movie Ponyo, and in it she loves ham. So she's like, Ponyo loves ham.
Ponyo wants ham.
And when Juby was little, I realized she liked turkey, but I'd call it ham because of the way Ponyo said it.
Yeah, give her some ham anyway.
Anytime we would do it, she would come running. Her belly
Yeah.
wobbled when she runs, so she'd go.
I still can't believe we made an entire video analyzing which tape she liked the most.
Yeah.
On our main channel.
She loved tape.
Blue tape. Oh, blue tape.
Blue tape next.
She loved boxes. She loved plastic bags. She loved trash. Like
She was a trash goblin.
she was a little trash goblin. She was our trash baby. She just loved it. She loved it more than a lot of things we made, if I'm being honest.
The stuff it came in, not the stuff.
The tail.
Our house was always full of a combination of things we lovingly put effort into and
And trash.
trash. All for Juby.
Yeah.
All for Juby.
Juby, do you like unpacking? She's so happy in her bag.
What?
Ew. She's licking the sticky and purring.
One fond memory that I have is during our engagement.
Probably shouldn't have
shoot,
let her
we
play with
had
tape.
people come to our house. We wanted photos of Juby, and there's a photo that
The
perfectly
stuff on tape is
captures her
not good
grumpy
for
face.
humans to put in the house,
Eyes
let alone a
scrunched,
cat.
ears tilted back, just like, I don't know you. I don't want to know you. You're not my humans. And it just like shows how much.
She didn't like other people.
I don't know how expressive she was.
Yeah.
She was like, I don't know. I know
She
that
was
she's
very
our cat
expressive.
and we are biased. She was such an expressive kitty.
Yeah. And one thing that you guys didn't see very much of is like she was also a very playful kitty.
Oh, it's a bit too early. Cats can live like
She
high
would just
20s.
run behind a door and like stand and look through the crack.
Oh, she wants to play the game.
And what you were supposed to do is put your finger between the door and she would reach through and get it. She loved like playing in the bathtub. She loved like if there was a ledge or something and you like would put your
Luffy's-
hand on the ledge.
if there's
she would,
something
like,
in the
hop
bathtub and you
up
put it in
try
it,
to
Luffy
snag your
Bonus
hand.
points if it was your foot.
Nice.
Oh yeah, feet too. She loved feet.
She loved feet.
She loved feet. She loved shoes.
I think most cats are like that, but Julie loved shoes.
Yeah.
She also loved getting into places she shouldn't be. And being carried around in her basket, which we called kitty tours.
Kitty tours.
I just want you to tell the story of when Julie joined you for the first time in bed too.
Oh yeah. So when she was a little baby kitten, I was worried that she was gonna like chew on wires
Memorial
while I was asleep. And so I had this like whole room set up for her. Tower she could crawl on and her food and water and everything she could need. And then one night I was reading in bed and she like clawed her way up the bed like a little rock climber.
She was this big.
And like instantly fell asleep by me. And I was like, well, I can't move her. And she slept with me that night. And like literally 99% of the nights from then for the next almost 15 years, she slept in the same spot right next to me.
Are you pleased with yourself? Laying on both legs at
Like
once?
Kenji used to
Sometimes
sleep a
on your
lot
head.
closer, but I moved much
She
in my
did
sleep.
occasionally sleep on my head, but she was so attached, and I love it because I was also very attached to her. She also just loved being in my lap while I was working. Like that is one of her like biggest happy places.
Is this comfy for you?
Oh,
Yep.
yes. Yeah.
And it's so funny because
Whack,
we've been
whack.
getting more into like ergonomics with Evan's back, and when Juby's in my lap, this is how I sit. 'Cause
I'm
I
so-
have to make room for her.
I'm surprised you don't have the back pain yet.
I have priorities, and ergonomics is not the top.
I have priorities.
Juby is the top.
Ergonomics.
Yeah.
But that's like one of my like
Juby!
fondest memories that I'll hold on to, even though it's not a specific thing. It's just like she's constantly there, you know?
Yeah.
Our life has gone through a lot of changes over the course of the past 15 years that she's been a part of, and we've always been a trio.
Juby, what is he doing?
Whack, whack.
She looks so buff. Julie, you're so buff. Yes, Julie.
Juby's been part of our lives for as long as you've been part of my life.
Yeah. Oh, my girls.
Hi.
She's literally been there from the very beginning, and it's
Whack, whack.
weird that she's not here, and I think it's going to take a long time for that to fully sink in, but we're so glad that we captured so many
thrown at me.
memories with her. We're so glad that we got
Nothing.
to
The
share so many with
VTubers
you
just
guys, and that
freaking out
in a
because I
way
have
she can
tears in
live
my
on
eye.
and keep me keep
Haha,
people happy
that's-
in the videos that we've shared.
Even if you don't acknowledge our pencils, I love you.
This is like my biggest fear.
Our
Oh.
last days
With
with
my
Judy
dog
were
beside me.
incredibly difficult, but we tried
Indeed.
to spoil her in ways that she felt up for.
Gourmet
He's
snack.
getting up there.
Chef Caitlin.
She crawled on my lap.
I can understand that.
17's fucking
We gave her a
old.
kitty tour.
My husky passed at 16.
Julie, how do you rate
Yeah,
this
like
tour
17. That's
And we
old
gave
for
her as much ham as she wanted.
service? Good job, Julie.
Like
Especially for
Kenji's
smaller
age,
dogs.
with his size, he's decent. Like 17 for a wiener dog is
She did it. She did it.
I heard it.
on
Long.
like the lower end
I'm glad that we
But
got to have
on like their ages.
these
Like
15 years
there's
with
some in
her,
the Daction group
even
that are like,
though the very last period
Indeed.
is very sad.
but he's
But
gotta
I
go
just feel lucky
to
that she was part of our lives.
Yeah, and
the
even
animal.
though there's a lot of reminders of her around, it's good memories
probably
when you
gonna
think of her.
Mm-hmm.
We miss her and we're grieving, but
Good choice. Whack.
it's
It's gonna
only
cost
good memories.
$140 for
It's
me.
only good memories.
Yeah.
Supervisor of the month. Oh, they have a really old cat too. Fuck.
Whack, whack.
Their cat hasn't died, right? Jesus Christ.
Whack, whack.
Evan and Caitlin and Sophia. Oh, that was sadness.
All the emotional damage. Mhm.
Why? Why? There's no reason for that.
That's 5 months old, too.
8 actually.
You should see
What's
the
going on,
110
everyone?
inch that he looked
I'm
at.
just a typical, average American here today
Who the fuck has that much
to
space?
react and learn
He has a
about
theater
how
room.
Canadians are not the nice
for a TV.
ones. Well, at least
For a monitor.
according to this video that I want
I
to
mean-
check out here today. This is some stand-up comedy by Canadian comedian Rob Bebenek. So, of course, Canadians are known for their legendary niceness. But
I don't know
is
why.
it all just
I'm trying to
big
figure out why he's
facade?
speaking so
Is it
slowly.
all just an act?
Oh, yeah,
That
you're
is
gonna
what I wanna
love
find
this.
out here
Oh my god,
today.
that's his entire
His
existence.
slow
This
speech?
video,
Oh my
drives me
god.
fucking
are
nuts.
actually not
He
the
speaks
nice
so
ones.
slowly
So,
because
let's take a look.
he's American, right? Or is it because it's a shtick? Like, I don't get it.
It's not a shtick. It's not a shtick. He always
It's
does
an
that.
oof.
It's his entire existence is that.
You're nice.
Oh yes.
Sooner or later, we gotta just own up to the fact that we are not the
No, we're
nice
not.
ones in our relationship with our neighbors to the south.
What?
Right? Everyone.
Wait, what? Wait, really? Wait, really?
Wait, what?
This is
Serious?
going a direction I didn't think it was gonna go. This is great. Wait, between what? Wait a minute. You know, as Americans, we have that stereotype of Canadians that all Canadians
Canadians
are
are
the
nice
sweetest,
until we're talking.
nicest, most polite
We're just
people
kind
in
of
the
like that.
world.
We're kind of
I
assholes.
think it's not just Americans who think that. I think
Canadians are
all
nice.
Of the
I don't
world
believe
thinks this
that.
about
I live
Canada.
here. They're not nice.
But
They're not nice.
According to him, is it actually Americans who are nice?
But they're not.
Yeah,
Americans aren't nice as a
no,
general
yeah,
society.
no.
Before. Okay.
Canadians
Everyone
are nice as
thinks
like a
around the world,
community.
though,
Individually, we're not.
Canadians are so nice.
Hmm.
Americans are awful.
We're nice to people who
That's not the
deserve
way
it.
is. You ever ask an American what they think of a Canadian?
They're so nice.
Troy's just like, oh, they're so great. They're just great little people up there with their
You
cute
ask him,
hats. They
he's
love
not
us so
wrong.
much.
You ask a Canadian what they think of an American, and that's a whole
Yeah,
other road.
Yeah, that's true. So
Mm.
many Americans
This dude, but 1 minute, I just need to show
don't
you
have-
this. So, he's made his entire YouTube channel off of reacting to Canada.
Yeah, I could see it.
No, I'm not even joking. It's literally
Like I
all
said-
Canada.
All Canada reacts. That's that says
super
something.
strong
It's crazy. I
opinions
love it.
about
I
Canada.
hate him,
Most
but I hate
Americans
his way he
don't know
talks.
anything about Canada.
It's like that's
I
how slow
didn't,
his
like, I
brain
know,
processes what
like,
he's trying
from
to say.
experience as an American growing up in the United States.
I love watching his videos.
I am a very, as I like to say, typical average,
Average
example
American.
of an American person. I had no freaking clue about anything about Canadian culture until
You
I
better
started doing
now
this
after how many
YouTube channel.
fucking videos you've watched.
Well into my adult life, my existence. We don't talk that much about Canadian culture, know a bunch of stuff. There's a few set things we think about with Canadians, and it's just like, yeah, they're up there. They're very nice people.
They're a people.
So,
They exist, is basically.
and I've said this is a stereotype. I've
Indeed.
even asked before, does this annoy Canadians, this stereotypes that we have? I've seen comments from viewers that are like, no, we don't
think it's
mind.
kinda funny.
That Canadians don't mind the stereotypes about
I think
like
that's
maple
probably because
syrup
Canada
and
thinks the Americans
being
are
super nice.
Americans.
So that's good because I think they're mostly very positive.
I
mean,
will
at
say
times.
this live
Like,
on
stereotypes
stream.
are oftentimes
I do not give
good.
a fuck.
But for Canadians, it's
They get a
like
makeup
that.
brush or something.
They're pretty positive things, actually. Pretty good qualities.
Makeup brush would be nice.
You ever ask a Canadian what they think of an American? What about
Uh-oh.
you guys? You got anything nice to say?
No,
Oh
never.
no!
Oh, sure. When there's one around, yeah. We're not stupid. We know there's a good chance they're armed.
There's always that chance.
Oh no! Oh no! Oh no! Is this true? Is this the truth? I've never heard this before. You're only. Wait, let me get this straight. In person, you may be polite to Americans out of fear that we're crazy
That's no.
and
One-
armed, which might be justified. No, to be honest, a lot of Americans are actually very normal, nice people who, although we have the right to be armed, usually are not. But we won't get into that.
No, that's a whole other fucking
and
conversation.
We do all think Canadians are very nice, but
All the bag of
Canadians
worms.
behind
Yeah.
closed doors.
Are just
What are you saying about us? What are you? How could you? How can? No. That's- There's a lot of like valid criticisms about America and all that, but oh boy, it still stings. Let's keep going.
Make
Well, you
something
better
up,
get ready
right?
then.
You're just like,
Take
oh yeah,
that
they're
stage.
pretty good at like the Olympics and like weapons and stuff. Get us alone though, and it's open season, right?
No.
I hate crossing the border though. I really hate it. I hate even when I have proper paperwork and I'm doing something totally legal. I hate it. Right? Has anybody crossed the border recently? Was it fun? No,
No.
of course not.
No.
Right? Because you start pulling up to that little booth and you start feeling bad about things you've never thought about doing in your life. Right? You're just driving up to that thing, you're like, oh, I shouldn't have killed all those bald eagles. That's going to catch up with me here.
Well, that's true. You shouldn't have. That's the symbol of America. You're killing America when you're killing bald eagles. But seriously, that's just... I wouldn't kill a moose or a beaver, the symbol of Canada, a cute beaver. Why would you kill a bald eagle? I don't know. Is it more common for Canadians to travel into the United States? Because I don't know any Americans
It's more common for
really
Canadians
that
to
say
worry about things that they haven't
traveled
done.
up into Canada. Although I'm sure we border each other. It's a massive border. I don't live in a state that borders Canada. So I'm guessing for Americans further north, maybe they're traveling in and out of Canada a lot more. Just him talking about like, oh, have you ever traveled across the border? It's like, I don't know. A lot of Americans actually have not, in my experience. But maybe for Canadians, so many of you, so much of the Canadian population is really south, really close to the Canada-US border. So I'm actually thinking it's much more of the Canadian population maybe travels into America, maybe, if you want to be brave, than Americans going into Canada. I could be wrong about that. I don't know. That's just kind of my experience.
And you get there and they ask you simple questions, but your brain shuts off, right? They'll just look
Turns
at you
right
like,
off.
you got anything in the trunk? And you just panic. You're like, well, 30 seconds ago I said nothing, but now there's a good chance it's full of dead kids stuffed with guns and heroin. I can't do this.
All the cocaine.
I've never had to
Dead
go through
kids
like
stuffed with guns and
customs or
And heroin.
border patrol or whatever it is. So I'm sure it is very like nerve-wracking for no good reason if people are questioning you and stuff. Like, what are you doing here? Like, yeah.
You can't do that either, right? You can't quit when you get to the front of the line, right? Where are you headed? Back to Canada, but I can't do this today. They'll chase you down the highway. It's not the same the other way around, right? Like coming in the Canadian side's hilarious, right? It's just that you come up to that little red booth and the guy pops his head out the window. He's like, "Hey, bud."
Hey, bud.
Hey, what? Where are
Hey,
you
bud.
How's it
headed?
going, man? Oh, not
Where you headed, man?
not too bad. Just watching the border, you know.
Watching the border.
Where are you
It's just
headed?
a day,
Heck,
you know.
Oh, no way. Say hey to Gary for me.
Hey to Gary for me.
Is this
Hey,
true?
Gary,
Fuck
for
yeah,
me.
bud.
I guess when you're
Fuck yeah,
going
bud.
into Canada,
Hey.
you're talking
Well,
to
next time you pass through here, would you mind bringing me a two for?
border
A two
patrol
for what?
officers or whatever they're called. And when you're going into the United States, you're talking to American border people. So maybe that experience is different. I don't know.
You got anything in your car? I don't care. In you go.
I don't care. In you go.
You got anything in your car? Oh, just a few things, bud. I don't care. Get on in.
You want to know why? Because they told those guys somewhere along the lines, they're like, "Hey, listen, you're the last line of defense." And they're all
Oh,
morons,
fuck,
so they're
bud.
like, "I'm the last line of defense." I gotta protect my country. I'm the last line of defense.
I'm the last line of defense.
Now, this is kind of going in contradiction to the title of the video. The title of the video is Canadians Are Not the Nice Ones, but when it comes to the border people,
They're not about
Canadians
being
are
nice.
the nice
Got to
ones,
do with the
apparently.
fact that they understand that
Not, but
all they
when
are is
they're-
there to check
you're
the border.
talking
They're
about
not there to
Americans,
check
you're
your
not
fucking
so nice.
entire
You're very
existence.
mean.
They're not on a
You're
power
hurting
trip.
our feelings.
Pretty much.
What
Same
he's
thing with
what
our
he's
car.
not what he's not realizing is it's the Canadian
You're not the
comic
last
who's
line of
being
defense. You're not
incredibly
protecting your
mean to
country.
Americans.
You're just delaying Canadians' trips to Target. That's all you're doing.
Fuck what? I just wanted to go to Walmart to pick up my tank. Come on, give me a break.
Yeah, I've learned about this because Canada doesn't have Targets. You tried.
No, they
You tried
fucked
to have
out
Target,
bad
but
when
it
they
failed.
came.
Is that why?
All that
is
credit
why
card
Canadians
information
come
got
to
out. It was
America
fucking
for
hilarious.
Target?
Right? And it's just like, I got a nice border cop once and I was immediately terrified, okay? I had no idea how to handle it because I was like, they're not nice. This is a trick. And I was right. All right? I was right because I got detained for 3.5 hours because I borrowed my friend's car and he just didn't know how to handle that. Like he just didn't understand the concept of borrowing. He just looked at me, he's like, well, where's your friend now?
What do you
Like
mean
he's
your
at
friend
work in Toronto.
lent you
He
his
just
car?
gave you his car? Like, well, I gotta give it back.
That's funny.
Like,
That's-
the idea that
It
they
is
can't even
funny
understand that
hearing
is fucking
Canadians
retarded.
Talk about
Hello,
Well-
I'm not saying that.
because we don't.
That's a
talk
nice
about
avatar. The
ourselves
design is
like
pretty
this.
cool.
We
Thank
think
you. I
we're
like
the
my
greatest.
avatar. I got new eye tracking the other day. I'm enjoying it.
So it's really funny. That's right.
I'm not
Borrowing. What is that?
Oh.
He lent you his car?
We'd like
What does that
Gucci,
mean?
but we got it from a goat.
We got homie Jesus in the chat.
Get it back?
Hi,
Never heard
homie
of it.
Jesus. Welcome, welcome.
And he just sat there with this stupid look on his face. And at that moment in time, I realized border cops don't have friends. You wouldn't hang out with somebody who's that big of a dick. You wouldn't go to Ed's house if you showed up there and he's like, what are you doing here? Like, you invited me over to watch the game. You got anything on you? Yeah, snacks. Get out of the doorway.
Yes,
was
snacks. Get out of the doorway. I don't
Fuck
care
bud,
about
you're
his
just
talk
taking up
about
all
it.
the space. Move on.
Move on.
Or, as the show letter Kenny would say, give your balls a tug.
What's going on, everyone? I'm
Why does he talk so slow?
Average American.
I'm just
Here
a
today
typical
to
average
react
American. Maybe it's
and
just that we
learn
talk fast.
I'm
about
just your
Canadian
average
paratroopers
American.
saving Denmark.
Might just be that we talk
So,
fast.
from what I understand,
That could be.
this
I feel like that
was
just might be
during
general
World War II,
honest.
1945.
Indeed.
This is something
Like, there is-
called
There's definitely
Operation
accent. We have
Eclipse,
the
which
Canadian
I
list
have
is what it's called.
never heard
Yes.
of
So
before.
anything we say always sounds like we're
Apparently,
asking a
there is
question.
A lot of stuff.
Indeed.
did
It doesn't matter
during
how you
World
say it.
War II.
It's because of the way
That
we
being
scroll
said,
the end almost.
Stuff that
There
we're
are
just
ways
not
to
taught about
get around
here in
it.
I'm not
America.
getting around it.
But
My entire existence
this
is talking.
story sounds.
I get
amazing.
around it pretty
And
easily. I can mimic
really wanna
accents of other
know
places.
more
I mean,
and
so
yeah,
can I,
it just
but I don't do
it
it.
just
Canadian
happened.
paratroopers.
Oh no, it just happens
I
when
was
I'm talking to
talking
people.
like the fucking pigs
Let's take
from
a look.
Shrek the other
In
day.
the final days of April
That's
1945,
funny.
the British and Canadian forces prepared to cross the
What's
Elbe
an
River
A?
in northern Germany.
Okay.
The military situation
in
in
Germany.
Germany was extremely fluid. The 15th Scottish Division, with the British 1st Commando Brigade in support, would cross
Arrows.
the Elbe, while
Arrows
the
are how
British
you would
6th
know it.
Airborne Division was to occupy
Arrows.
the eastern bank of the river once the
Those who
Scots
put
had
out the best
advanced on.
arrows win
Okay.
the
On
war.
29th of April, the Scots
Quack.
crossed, and on the following day, the Paras followed.
Okay. Wow. We are really jumping right into it. There is no
Jumping.
introduction or
Paratroopers
anything. We are
do
just
that.
in
Yeah.
history class
Whack.
right now.
Why they're called
Okay.
paratroopers. Fucking Mario.
So we're in Germany
Yep.
trying to cross a particular river.
Paracoopas,
The door is
let's
very
go.
closed. My
This
tiny
is
cannot get out.
Canadian and British troops
Lay down.
working together, trying to move northward, I think they said.
the same day, 30th of April, that Adolf Hitler killed himself in his Berlin bunker.
Oh.
Resistance ahead of the advancing British Commonwealth forces in northern Germany was patchy.
Wow, this was after Hitler committed suicide, you know.
The end of the
Maybe
war.
it's just me, but I don't think I've really learned much about World War II after Hitler committed suicide. I guess
Interesting.
I'm not that great at history, to be completely
Oh, I like
honest.
it.
I don't think of the war.
Me too.
History's just
what
one of
I
those
like
things
learning.
that sticks.
that, you know, as
my brain.
Hitler
So
died and, you know, the war was coming to a conclusion, you would imagine, but you know, in reality, just because Hitler died doesn't mean everything just immediately instantly stopped. You know, there were still tons of military forces out carrying out orders that they still had. It's not like everything just came to a stop. So that's kind of where we're picking up here. That's really interesting when this happened in the war.
The roads leading west were crammed with terrified refugees trying to escape the Soviets, who were advancing quickly towards the Baltic coast and the Western Allies' front lines. Mixed in with this human misery were German soldiers desperately trying to surrender to the British and avoid capture by the Red Army. The Elbe, according to agreements made between the United States, Britain, and the Soviet Union at Yalta, would mark the furthest advance east by US and British forces. But there was a problem. Already, American and Soviet forces had met at Torgau, further south on the Elbe, on the 25th of April, cutting what remained of the Third Reich in half.
This is some amazing. I'm listening, but I'm also like enjoying this video footage. Look at this footage. Like, it's amazing how much video there is of World War II. I actually didn't even realize how much there was. So this is kind of awesome to see military personnel kind of celebrating and whatnot. Probably because they heard that Hitler
we're doing the education
died,
time.
honestly. The name
This
of this
is-
video
Do you know
is
about the
Canadian...
thing under Tokyo?
I'm gonna need more than the thing. Are you talking about the shelters and bomb things under
Not a
Tokyo?
shelter or bomb thing. That's not what I'm talking about.
It's like bomb shelters. No, okay. What are you talking about then?
Where's the video I watched? There's one of these that I like better.
Yeah, there's. I did know about the tunnel system under Tokyo.
Capital
You know how
cities have
big
been
it is?
shaped by water
No,
as
I
much
don't.
as Tokyo. Its densely populated suburbs are crisscrossed by
This
rivers
is
and
horrid
canals.
quality.
In
It
the
only
1950s
exists
and
in that
60s, these streets of old
Oof.
downtown
It means it's an
low-lying
old video.
The city of Tokyo is built around and over rivers. When you travel around here, it
I
is.
know there was the one video, 1 minute, that has information on it. Blood. Tokyo rain.
Do you know how far back you watched it? Because your
Oh,
history might
years
have it.
I've watched it a couple different times. It's not that hard to find. Oh, let's go find flood tunnels. Aha.
This is the world's largest rainfall
Nice.
simulator,
This is so neat.
located
I love
in
this
Tsukuba, Japan. Now, I know that it just looks like a warehouse with a lot of sprinklers, but this building is incredibly important. The science conducted here keeps tens of millions of people safe, and it's only becoming more and more vital. We were given exclusive access to tour the facility, and they even let us experience what it's like to stand under the most intense rainfall ever recorded.
This is insane. Nope.
Japan is a land of natural disasters. Most people will think of earthquakes, tsunamis, and volcanoes, but it also experiences massive typhoons, which are like hurricanes that pick up energy from the Pacific Ocean and dump meters of rain on the islands.
I've seen some of them,
Yakushima
yes.
Island, near the southern part of Japan, is one of the wettest places on Earth, receiving up to 10 meters of rain every year. For comparison, the Amazon rainforest gets only about 3 meters of rain per year. That's 3 times less than Yakushima Island. Most of the time, rain isn't a problem. The water evaporates or seeps into the soil and is then absorbed by plants or enters the underground aquifer systems. But too much rain in a short period, like after a typhoon, can lead to serious problems.
Things can't manage.
Problems that scientists working at NIED use the rainfall simulator to study and hopefully prevent. The giant warehouse is equipped with 550 nozzles attached to the roof. The scientists can control the intensity of the rain from 15 millimeters per hour to 300 millimeters per hour.
I don't care how fast.
The most rainfall ever measured in 1 hour occurred on the 22nd of June, 1947, when 305 millimeters of rain fell on the town of Holt, Missouri. So this warehouse can simulate the most intense rainfall anyone has ever experienced. In a way, that makes it the rainiest place on Earth. And honestly, I'm having a good time here in sunny Australia, so I sent Veritasium producer Peter in my stead.
They're gonna turn on the rain really soon, so I'm running out to grab my rain jacket.
I watched one of these videos yesterday.
Wow!
Not this one specifically, but a Veritasium.
There is exactly
one of their videos.
300 millimeters of rain falling every hour. We've only turned it on about 5 minutes ago, and there's just so much rain. There's already puddles. This is genuinely absolutely wild. I don't think I've ever experienced anything like this before.
The nozzles at the simulator contain 4 holes of varying diameters, so they can produce raindrops of different sizes.
I do too.
And the size of the raindrop affects how fast it falls. You've likely experienced the kind of rain with the big droplets that pelt your face, or walked through a drizzle where small drops hover like mist. Because the smaller the raindrop, the slower it falls. There are 2 forces that act on a raindrop: gravity and air resistance. And the larger raindrops have a higher weight to surface area ratio, and so they have a higher terminal velocity, so they will be falling faster. A raindrop that's 1 millimeter in diameter falls at only about 2 meters per second, while a 3 millimeter raindrop falls at 6 meters per second.
If you go to the Veritasium channel and watch the very first video they have, like their newest one, that's the one I just recently watched. It is intense.
Air. If a raindrop gets too big, it flattens out, caves in the middle, and briefly resembles a little parachute before it breaks up into smaller droplets. Flooding is something that Japan takes very seriously, and for good reason. In July 2018, there were floods all over the country due to the rainfall from Typhoon Praparun. Some regions of the country received nearly 2 meters of rain in just 10 days.
Lots of rain.
And the resulting floods were enough that more than 8 million people had to be evacuated from their homes. Over 200 people died. And the damage to property from the flooding was more than 1 trillion yen, nearly $10 billion.
Lots of money.
Tokyo, the capital city of Japan, is very vulnerable to flooding. There are more than 100 rivers crisscrossing the city of nearly 40 million people. To prevent the rivers from overflowing, there are pipes and tunnels under the city, leading to an enormous water storage tank. In October 2019, Typhoon Hagibis dumped over 200 millimeters of rain onto the city in under 48 hours. The underground system diverted 12 million cubic meters of water and prevented an estimated $1.7 billion in damage. But flooding isn't the only problem. Japan is a very mountainous country with many towns and villages situated in valleys. So combined with the heavy rainfall, this creates the perfect conditions for another hazard.
So crazy.
The researchers at NIED have identified over 700,000 places where landslides are a significant threat to homes. But landslides are so complicated. There are so many factors that affect if a landslide will occur. How large it could be, how fast it will move, how much damage it will do.
Yep.
Not just the slope angle or the amount of new rain, but the type of soil, the minerals present, and the vegetation growing on top of the slope. This is footage from a landslide that occurred in Norway in June of 2020. There's barely any slope angle here, but the whole area sits on a layer of quick clay, an incredibly unstable clay layer which, when exposed to intense rainfall, loses its structural integrity, becoming a liquid. In the case of this landslide, there were no casualties, though several homes were swept out to sea. The complexity of the physics of landslides is why the work done at the large-scale rainfall simulator is so important. The best way to minimize landslide damage is prevention, and it's the same for cybersecurity. Creating strong passwords, using anti-malware, something I especially like high speeds are of this channel. Use the link nordvpn.com/Veritasium for a huge discount on a 2-year plan, plus an extra 4 months for
I'm assuming
free.
you watched it.
So I will put that link down in the description. There's a 30-day money-back guarantee, so it's entirely risk-free.
You
Just
did,
go
right?
to nordvpn.com/Veritasium.
I'm assuming you watched
So
High
I want to
School
thank
of the Dead.
NordVPN for sponsoring this part of the video, and now back to the world's
High School
largest
of the Dead?
rainfall simulator.
1 second, I have to go look.
All right,
I
I'm
don't
gonna
remember.
Try without an umbrella, I have a very nice,
yeah, I don't
very
know that
nice jacket. I'm not sure how it's gonna hold up, but we're gonna try.
If you haven't, we're gonna movie night.
Oh my god, this is insane. No,
It's like a 6-hour zombie.
No. My jacket is waterproof, so I was fine, but my jeans are absolutely soaked through.
To study landslides, the whole warehouse has a secret. It moves.
Look at that. The building fucking moves. That's the best part.
Rainfall simulator can be in one of 5 positions.
Velocity is about 1 meter per 1 minute.
1 meter per minute. Wow. It moves on these railway tracks. Every time you move it, you need to grab this gigantic wrench and undo these bolts. This is the pipe that connects, all the water up to the sprinklers. There's a number of these kind of openings in the pipe.
Okay, so we have our
along
next
the line.
movie night planned.
So when you
You
move
didn't
it, you
watch
just
that?
connect it to a different pipe.
No, I haven't seen it yet.
That's surprising.
So this is the landslide testing facility.
Yes.
It's
Even
just
Sean
not
has seen that.
something that's been on my list. I had it there, but I just haven't gotten to it.
It is one of my favorite shows. I love the opening theme song. But every episode has a different ending
You would
song.
put all the sand and all the
They put
the
so much
soil,
effort into the ending.
and
make
then
the
you
ending.
bring the building over.
Glad
In
it's on high
Japanese,
dive.
it's more
You move it over
accurate.
here.
The original way
And then
it's
you'd
set up.
start
In
raining on
English,
it.
it's fucking fine.
It's like I want to watch Ghost Stories eventually. That show's gonna be wild.
20 degree, this slope is 20 degree.
Right, so you have a 30,
It is
a
so
40,
corny.
and a 20. 20, 30, 40.
Yes.
So
The
what
English dub is
causes
ridiculous.
landslides? Well, a slope will slide when the force of gravity pulling it down becomes greater than the force of friction holding it up.
There's a misnomer out there that water makes the material slipperier. So it rains and it soaks
No.
into the ground and it makes it slipperier. That's not true.
No.
Water is actually an anti-lubricant for many materials, including
It
quartz,
separates.
which is our most common mineral in soils and
Slippery?
on Earth.
Just makes it seeps
So
into the
water
soil and
doesn't make
separates
soil
it.
slipperier. But soil is porous.
But it
There
does
are
make-
grains and there are pores between those grains. And
It
as it
separates
rains,
it.
the water seeps into the soil. The pores become filled with water, and as it keeps raining, the water pressure in the pores increases, which decreases the friction between the grains. For a slope that was already at risk of sliding, this decrease in friction is what ultimately leads to the slope breaking apart and sliding downhill.
One thing that
As
our
water gets
mathematical
in
models
between, it separates.
are not very well developed at yet is determining, is it going to slide slowly, or is it going to slide or maybe flow rapidly? That's a tough one. So experimentation's a great way of getting at that. And the scalar effects are huge. So if many people have a little model in their lab, a small scale flume, but now you're dealing with materials, you're starting to get off scale. A large scale simulation device like they have in Japan is really important.
So how can you prevent landslides? Well, there are a few things you can do, like using steel beams and mesh to anchor the slope. Or you can dig up the top layer of the soil to decrease the slope angle. And when it's expected that a slope will slide after too much rain, engineers drill holes into the slope and place pipes to drain the water out. Another solution is to create catchment zones and diversion channels, big holes in the ground that will catch or divert the landslide before it hits a residential area. Trees are incredibly effective at preventing landslides.
Except for
Not only do
pines.
their roots provide great
Yep.
anchors,
Need
they
trees
draw the
that
water up from the
have
soil
roots
to
that
be
go down,
evaporated
not
away,
up.
Yep.
which effectively drains the soil and decreases the water level.
Down and out, not just out.
Yeah.
Oh, the tree science.
Where steep slopes have been deforested for the timber industry, landslides have become more common. Over the last few decades, there has been a tenfold increase in landslides in the forests of British Columbia.
Humans are really good at causing landslides, and we're shaping the land a heck of a lot more quickly than geologic processes do. So when we excavate over here or add more weight or more landslide or more material over here, and that triggers landslides very, very regularly. Study in Seattle, from Seattle, Washington, a few decades ago showed that I think more than 85% had at least partial human trigger.
Factors of cause. That's awesome.
While the focus of the work is primarily on landslide study and prevention, the simulator is also used to test how drones fly in rainy and windy conditions.
Nice.
It's also used to test self-driving cars. The data is used to improve the hardware and software of how the cars detect various objects. The two main ways that self-driving cars detect other cars, traffic lights, and pedestrians is with cameras or LiDAR sensors. In both cases, rain can decrease the visibility and accuracy of these sensors. So testing them in a perfectly repeatable environment helps engineers develop solutions to these weather challenges.
In Japan, the rainfall condition is changes. Now is recently rainfall condition is so many heavy rainfall is so much short time.
As the world heats up due to humanity's addiction to fossil fuels, extreme weather events are becoming more common. Compared to 30 years ago, the number of rain events in Japan with an intensity of 50 millimeters per hour have become 40% more common.
That's basically a general rule across the world right now, is things like this happen more often.
Climate change will increase the rate of flooding and the occurrence of
You wouldn't
landslides in the
expect
future,
the small
which is why
amount
the
of
work done at the world's
water level
largest
change, like
rainfall
temperature
simulator
change,
is
causes
becoming
as much
more
damage
and
as it
more
does.
important.
But the
But
planet's
I
not
hope
meant
that
to
humanity
change this
focuses its
quickly.
efforts on addressing the root causes of climate change, and not just on the mitigation of its negative impacts.
Yeah. Oh, it's statistic.
Yeah, so if you go to their very first video, like their newest video, it's a really cool video on atoms.
Most plane doors.
No, it's actually visible atoms. The first time we were ever able to see them clearly. Understandable. Like I said, I watched it already. I'm good.
This dude's made a. I don't think I watched it.
Doom. I love Doom. Doom is great. Fall of Doom.
Oh, my breath smells of mummy.
What does Egyptian mummy taste like? I know, we asked the really hard-hitting questions on this channel, but this question actually used to be will produce as many as are ordered in the next.
Oh, my breath smells of mummy.
What does Egyptian mummy taste like? I know, we asked the really hard-hitting questions on this channel, but this question actually used to be really easy to answer. As late as the 1800s, and for a period of at least 600 or 700 years before then, the answer could be found by just going to your local pharmacy, or whatever witch hut or apothecary passed for one at the time. During that period, a tincture of mummia, the blackish resin chunks found on Egyptian mummies, was used as a cure-all for everything from headaches to stomach aches and pretty much anything else the doctor could sell it to you for, including as an aphrodisiac. And all because of a bad translation of an ancient scroll, though we're going to come back to that in a moment. When I first learned about this, my immediate question was,
there are things you can do to increase production of feel-good hormones.
But these days, breaking a chunk off a mummy to have a taste is generally frowned upon. So the answer is
mostly placebo effect.
Yeah.
Great jerky.
Great jerky.
My God, this is an outrage. I was going to eat that mummy.
So as we sat pondering this truly important question, it occurred to us that there was only one thing to do to find out.
All out on
break into a museum and steal a mummy. But when we realized that we just didn't have the outfits for the occasion, we decided to go with the next most logical thing, and instead just make one ourselves. Inside this sarcophagus is the actual mummy of Hennefer I, the illustrious chicken pharaoh of Greater Canada, recently deceased and recovered from the Asian grocery store we bought them from. While their origins may be humble, as far as we know, this is the most accurate recreation of the Egyptian mummification process that has been conducted in thousands of years, and we spent the better part of 8 months making it, and we may have gone a little bit overboard. In order to do this, we had to talk with Egyptologists, learn a sizable amount of ancient Egyptian, translate the wall of an ancient temple, source herbs and resins from all over the world, reverse engineer the various ointments, all from mass spec data of both actual mummies and a brand new archaeological find, and then we had to figure out from both ancient sources and modern recreation attempts how to execute
this
all
is
the
about
steps properly.
a decade worth of work.
We created a huge collection of grave goods, our own embalming tools, canopic jars, amulets, and the beautiful sarcophagus covered in actual spells from the Book of the Dead. Just the incense that we burned during the process is made of 17 ingredients and takes a month to make, just to give you a sense of how deep down this rabbit hole we went. And now I have an extensive collection of herbs, resins, and spices that would make even the most dedicated herbalist blush. Though I am pleased to report that even after all of this, none of us have been haunted by any ancient curses, so we take it to mean that we've done it correctly. But before we get into making our mummy, why were people eating them in the first place? As I said, it was because of a bad translation. The Egyptian word for mummy wasn't mummy, it was actually sa'af. However, in the region, there was a black tarry petroleum product called mummia that had been used for centuries, the same way that we use products like Vaseline today. It makes a great sealant for wounds and was sometimes consumed as a tincture. Though, like all petroleum sources, the supply of mummia eventually dried up. And then, when Latin translators in the 12th century were trying to explain to people what mummia was and that they'd like to buy some, it got confused with the black resin found on mummies. Think about it, if the only description you had to go on was a black resin found in the ground with healing properties, you can see that it might be possible to mix that up with a black resin you found in the ground that happens to be encasing a weirdly well-preserved body, and in a special decorated magic box. Maybe it's a bit of a stretch, but Google didn't exist back then, and mistakes can happen. But that mistake led to an absolute shitload of cannibalism. So, you know, better to maybe double check these things in the future. And with all that trade, tens of thousands or potentially millions of mummies were dug up, chopped up, and sold for parts. It was such a common practice that it was mentioned by Shakespeare, and it was those body parts that became the source of a really gross pigment, aptly called mummy brown, that many artists used to swear by. Remember,
makes the
mummies
original
are
version
only
of it,
rare
and then he
because
makes an
people
exact
ate
cube
them.
with
And
actual
while
paint
this whole
product,
introduction
and then
may seem utterly revolting, and I mean, yeah, it is, you
But
need
he
to
makes
keep in
it
mind that
perfect.
these
Like,
bodies
he
they were digging out
nails
of the ground weren't stinking corpses. On top of being weirdly well preserved, they were reported to smell awesome. To the ancient Egyptians, smelling good was to be close to God, and bad smells were associated with evil and darkness. So
They
the
were
process of
marinated.
mummification evolved
They
over
were more
thousands
than
of years
marinated.
to take
Oh
a
my
corpse
God,
which would
watching this
otherwise
process
rot and
is
stink
great.
very quickly in the hot desert, and
I'm
instead
marinating
preserve it as
a roast
quickly
in
and
the fridge
efficiently
right
as
now.
possible, while also making it smell
Like
as
marinade.
good as possible. And even
I don't
ancient
do it here,
mummies
though,
were
because
said
we
to
don't
still
have-
smell
we have a
faintly of
smoker, but
spices
we don't
or cinnamon even thousands of
You-
years
They
have,
later.
like,
have a
pellet
So
smoker
how
that-
do we make a mummy?
Yeah.
Well,
I
let's
have a
start
ton
with
of
assembly
pellets.
instructions.
Whereas
As
the
you
one
can
here
see,
only
there's
has,
a few
like, the
things
one you
we
have
need to prepare in
micromanage,
advance. The first
Oh,
is, of course,
I
the
have to
body.
micromanage
As I
mine.
mentioned
It's
earlier,
cool,
we're
but
using
I
the
use
chicken from the
pellets,
grocery
so
store,
it's
which
fine.
means
We
we
use
won't have to
pellets
remove
in
the
the
organs, as
pellet
that's already
feeding one.
done.
Yeah,
In an
the
automatic
one-
feed.
Probably
yeah.
for the best,
And
as
it's-
this
it
thing
works
already has a
amazing.
lot of bodies and corpses, and the demonetization robot is probably already
Fucking
having
amazing.
a fit.
And then we have one
our
here where you just
instructions
burn the
reflect that
pellets
and
and
assume
thing, but you
an
have to
empty
micromanage
body.
it to such a
Also,
degree
we
that I'm
won't
like,
need
I
to
don't-
remove the brain, as the Egyptians would
that's
leave
the
it
one
in
I
for
do.
anything smaller than a sheep. It was
parents
removed
have, like,
primarily for considerations of rot, but if the animal is small
I plan
enough,
on
it'll
saving
dry
up and
fine
buying a
not
really
cause
nice
issues.
one, but that's going to
For
take a
that
while.
drying,
Just
we
look
need
at
an
Canadian
enormous
Tire,
quantity
'cause
of a
the
mineral
sales are
called
crazy.
natrin. This is a special
I
salt
have something
that
else that I
we use
want
to both
first.
fill and bury the body in to suck all the moisture out of it. We ended up needing over
say that
60
when I make-
pounds just for this small bird. We'll also need a variety of different
I wanna switch
ointments,
too.
oils, herbs,
You don't have
spices, and infusions to treat the body.
I have a
at the
switch. I
various
want to switch
stages,
too.
as well
Oh,
as a
okay, yeah,
special
no, I
glue
want-
to affix the
Debating
bandages
on
at the
using
end.
the money for that.
Unlike
Either
in
that
the
or
movies where the bandages
I'm
look like
I'm
they're
literally
wrapping
saving
toilet
up for
paper
it
around
right
the
now.
corpse. Real
much-
mummy
how
bandages
much-
are heavily glued on.
They're going to be $500
practically
bucks.
encasing the body in an airtight glue
Nope.
linen composite. And speaking of which, we'll need
Are they
a
500
ton
Canadian or
of linen
500
for
American?
various parts of the process. as
500
well.
Canadian.
The
They're
main
like
resource we
480
used when
480
designing our
Canadian,
process was the
480
past work
American
of
or something.
Two groups who've attempted to make mummies before. The first comes from the olden days of 1997 and was the first attempt at complete human mummification, replicating the original process. However, it being the 90s, the quality of digitizing methods means that all of the images from the paper, and those shown during a talk the lead researcher gave, were incredibly blurry or looked like photocopies of photocopies. But it did contain a wealth of information on the mechanics of the process. The other group was led by a researcher named Dr. Salima Ikram. She's a specialist in
So
animal
it's
mummies and wrote
prices
several
for the
papers
Switch
about
2 are
her
just
attempts in the
rumors,
process,
but
and she
yeah,
was
they're
kind enough
looking
to send
at
them to us
supposed
when
to
we
be
contacted her. Of the various papers she wrote,
No, they
probably
said
They
it was
currently
supposed to
have
be
it
cheaper,
listed
but
at
it's
still
still
attempted mummifying a sheep,
389
titled
euros.
From Meadow to Embalming Table, which might be the cutest paper title I've ever seen in my life. But in her earlier work, she also mummified a rabbit, a cat, and some fish as well.
And
Alright, let's get started by
Nintendo
preparing
has
our natron.
confirmed that they're aiming for
Normally, this is a mineral
affordability,
that
so
runs
I'm
why
guessing
they
it's
didn't
going to
make
be
it
and is leftover residue
OLED.
from dried up lake beds.
Indeed.
It was not only used in mummification, but as an everyday cleaning product as well. And without realizing it, you've used a modern equivalent. Because the chemical composition of natron is about 84% sodium carbonate, also known as washing soda, 14%
But yeah,
sodium
so I'm just gonna
bicarbonate,
buy
also
me
known
a
as
Switch
baking
2
soda, and
eventually when it
2%
comes
sodium
out.
chloride, also known as table salt. So to make our natron, we just have to mix those things in those proportions. We repeatedly added small amounts of each, cycling through the various ingredients while mixing to make sure the blend
I
was
love this
homogeneous.
Switch OLED.
And this was our first hint at just how unbelievably labor-intensive this process was going to be. With our natron prepared, we can work on the body. Normally, there would be organs inside that needed to be tended to, and this brings us to the topic
My
of
TV's
canonic
OLED.
jars.
I love my TV.
Here's the set that we made for
The
our
screen
mummy,
on
but
the
you may
new
be
Switch is
surprised to
so
find
much
that a
on
lot
this
of the
Switch is
time
so
there were
much
no
better than the
organs in
original.
use. Originally, the
Indeed.
organs would be removed and dried divide a natron with the rest of the body before being put into
thing?
jars. And the exact number of jars and the depiction of the gods on the lids changed a lot over time. In fact, originally they literally were just jars with very little ornamentation. But as history stretched on, a new process was developed. Rather than carefully removing the organs,
Well,
cedar oil was just pumped into the corpse via their butt, and then they were plugged up like a bottle of champagne. Once the bottle had been dried in the natron, the internals will have liquefied and could literally just be drained away. Again, much like a bottle of champagne. But the tradition of canopic jars stuck around, so eventually they became not even hollow jars, but rather just votive statues. Since we're using a gutless bird, we're going to be using
Lego
the jars
flowers
in
are
that
the flowers
spirit.
for you.
We went with the 4 classic sons of Horus for
Holy
our
shit,
lids:
that's
Duamutef, Kebesenuf, Imseti, and Hapi. So with no organs to deal with, we can just start by directly washing the body.
39,
We start with a solution of
16.4
nature we
inches.
prepared and use it to thoroughly rinse the body inside and out.
I might work on that today. I want to put like a little tape like railing on my desk though, so that when I'm like doing it, it doesn't fall over and get lost underneath me.
Understandable.
I have a Dragonite that I'm in the middle of making too.
If this was a human, you can immediately see that this would require multiple
All
people
the
to
fun
do.
Lego.
As we learned firsthand, mummification is not a lone operator kind of deal. It's done by a large team that scales based on the size of the animal you're working on. An ox, for example, would need a lot more people to maneuver than a small bird.
Also bought
After
a
the
little
saline
tank
natron rinse, the body was dried off and we prepared the next wash. In this case, white wine mulled with myrrh and cinnamon. We wanted to use date wine as that would have been
Lego
more
can be
accurate,
expensive
but we
indeed.
couldn't find any
Oh,
and
Lego
never
was
had
only
time to brew our own. We did, however, use the highest alcohol content wine we could find. Again, the body is rinsed well and
What I was talking
scrubbed
about was
inside
I
and
bought a
out
braided,
before being dumped out and emptied, then once again carefully dried. As you might imagine, this is not a dignified part of
That's
this
an
process,
interesting
and one
thing.
where it's
It's
a
got
little
like a
hard to
little
keep one's
leather
composure.
thing instead of like the Velcro one to hold it together when you put it together. Like when you fold it up.
The last
It's got a
wash
little
was
leather
actually
one that
done with
clips
an
onto
oil,
itself.
in this case, cedar
Cool.
oil. This
It's not a
immediately starts
long
to make
cord,
the skin look more
but
golden, which the
it's an
Egyptians would have
anti-stress cord,
appreciated,
which is what it was.
and it helps the body to smell much better. Especially
Indeed.
if the corpse was a little
Definitely
bit old,
need
this
something
small
to
treatment
take
would
the
go
stress
a
off.
long way. But also, cedar oil has strong antimicrobial properties, so
I didn't
also
actually look
acts
to see what
sort
the
of as a
actual price.
disinfectant.
Oh yeah,
After
I did
it's
buy
been
head.
properly
I
anointed,
hear
the
about it.
internal cavity
Really.
was stuffed with linen bags
Nice.
filled with natron.
They are
These are simple
endurance
to repair
race.
by just making
They're
squares out of
JBL
linen,
at
putting some
JLB or
natron
whatever.
on top, and then tying it
JBLs? Oh, I
off
love
with string.
JBLs.
And these
They
are
were like
incredibly
$100
common to
I put,
find
like,
in
2
mummification
years on that.
caches. Then the body
Nice.
was secured to various bits of wood so that it was basically in the
They're
position
they're
we
just
want it to be
basically
once it's
bought from a-
dried. If we don't do
from
this
a-
now, the body is going to be way too stiff
But
once it's
they're
dry
good
to
because they
reposition,
hook
so it'll
in
be
your
stuck
ear
in whatever
really
pose
well
we
with
bury
like
it in.
little.
Mhm.
They don't just
Another
rely
interesting
on the
note is
thing
that
in
the
your ear. They've
traditional
got like a
drying
loop that
period
goes in the
was
top of your
35
ear.
days in
It doesn't go
nature,
above your ear.
followed
It
by
just
about
sits
a month
inside
of
like
further
the-
post-processing treatments and
Yeah.
air drying, though this all
Just a
could
comfy
vary.
little
This is
earbud.
because at about
We will-
Whack. Yeah.
It's so well into your ear.
JBLs are pretty darn good.
I brought
I have the Tune 510.
Come with the shortest fucking cord.
Yes.
35
Like, it might as
days,
well not
an
be
average human body should be just
might not
dry
exist.
enough that it can be still mostly
Oh,
repositioned,
hog tying the
but
chicken.
dramatically
Yeah.
lighter and easier to maneuver. Any more and it gets too crunchy and you risk breaking things. Though
My
since
mother
we're doing
hates
such a
watching
small
tips of
animal,
videos,
our
but
bird
my
will
dad
be fully
likes them,
cooked
so
by
we
30
watch
days.
them randomly.
So we have to do almost all of the positioning in advance. But with that, it was time to move her into the drying chamber.
In all
This
fairness,
box was specially
if I
made
really
for
want to get
this
a Switch, I
purpose,
could
though the
get it.
ancients would have likely just done this
Get
outside in
about
tents.
900.
We wanted to have a ventilated box so that if it starts to stink
I can also
really
ask for
badly, as some of
$240
the papers mentioned, then we wouldn't be stuck in a disgusting lab for the whole month it was drying. We also added wooden slats
earlier
so that we
thing,
could get a
so
couple
I
of
can
inches
request
worth of salt
$240 and then I'll
underneath
just
the
pay it back
corpse rather than having it
with
sit on bare
$40
wood.
taken off
And this is
stuff
the
for, like,
same
a
way they
couple
did it in ancient Egypt.
Mhm.
If you think
Which
about
is
it, any
not
liquid is going to want to seek the lowest point. So this salt will be doing a lot
you,
more
Kenji.
of the absorption legwork, much more than the stuff
All you're
on
gonna do is
top.
go bark.
Once we
Oh,
had a
wait.
nice bed of salt,
I'm
the
just
body was
taking time
carefully
and saving it
positioned
up.
and then slowly buried. In total, we used between 50 and 60
Either
pounds
that
of
or if
natron
it's
for
near
this
Christmas,
tiny
I'll do
bird. A human would need anywhere from 300 to 700 pounds worth. Though in theory the salt
lot.
could be reused and re-dried, though I cannot
Because
imagine
Nintendo's pretty
how
good
bad
about
it would
not
smell
being
after
like
a couple
low
of
on the
uses.
amount of things.
At this point, all we had to do was light up some incense and let it cook. We burned 3
Let
kinds
it
of incense
cook.
every day we were at the lab. Myrrh in
Let
the
her
morning,
bu-
frankincense in the afternoon, and 1 ball of kiffy, the special incense we made in
I
the
made a
evening
really
before we
insensitive
left.
joke the first time I
Kiffy,
watched
or
this.
at least my
One minute,
version
I
of the
gotta mute the
recipe,
mic,
smells
but you can
incredible.
hear it.
Like a fresh spring day with notes of sweet berries and herbs, and as it burns, it changes to a rich, woody notes. There's a bunch of channels on YouTube that have attempted making it, but most of them make wildly inaccurate substitutions, like using rose petals or pine nuts. Or some are just using bad translations of the recipe, as there's a few floating around online that come from ancient Greek writers rather than Egyptian sources. However, the process of making it is really long and complicated and has a really cool story behind it, and it just won't fit into this
I just thought it was really funny when I said it. I was like, I have like the streaming has definitely taken away part of my filter.
We go over the recipe for Kiffy, all the ointments we'll be making today, as well as translations for all the hieroglyphs
I
that you're
talk more
going
when I
to
play
see throughout
games.
the video, and a bunch of other Easter eggs. Eventually, I want to make a video dedicated solely to the production
But yeah,
of
if you
Kiffy,
like
but
science
I'm
stuff,
not
Thought
100%
Emporium's
satisfied with my recipe yet, because
they're trying to make
100% sure if the
a
hieroglyphs
living
were
computer,
translated
basically.
correctly.
Basically, they managed
In
to
the
make
only
brain
copies
cells,
that I could
and they
find,
managed to
And
get
they
them to play
compute, yeah.
Duke.
or may have been copied down
Yeah,
incorrectly
I
back
saw
in the
that.
1800s.
I love this.
So the only way I'm going to know for sure is to
I
physically
have to
go
agree.
to
Thought
Egypt and
Emporium's
check
pretty
the
awesome.
tombs and temples myself.
Watch them make
the most frustrating part personally is that
like
the recipe
fabric,
is
like, out of
visible
fucking,
in a popular
shrimp
tourist
the other
spot.
day.
There's just no pictures
Yeah,
of it.
shrimp
So once I
fabric.
take that trip, I'll make that follow.
There's a goose.
For now, the Nebula video will include my current recipe for those that want to
He's
give it a
totally
go
gonna go and
see
get that
all of the
fucking
other fun
recipe,
details that
too.
I mentioned. But we'll talk more about Nebula at the end of the video. Alright, back to our slowly desiccating corpse. If we'd been professional embalmers, as the thing dried, we may have noticed the smell and thought to do something about it sooner. But we ended up waiting for 15 days to change the inner natron bags. We weren't sure they needed to be changed at all, but by day 8, there was a noticeable stench of death, and by day 15, it was getting intolerable.
Oh yeah, that's okay. Yeah, that's where all the stink is.
This was also the point at which some part of our lizard brain started screaming, if we eat this, we will die. So our initial plan to make a second mummy out of a side of pork specifically to be eaten was thrown out the nearest window. Because I'm all for committing to the bit, but if there's one thing I've learned after watching the Ocean Gate wreck, it's that dying in an incredibly stupid way on the internet is a really bad idea. So we decided on an alternative that we think you'll find fair.
It's like nobody feels bad for that Ocean Gate thing because it was just stupid. The more you look at it, the worse it was. They were using a fucking Logitech fucking controller, which isn't actually that surprising. They actually use that quite a bit, that kind of stuff.
Indeed, but still, it was a $20 one.
Loads of the
stupid.
same
At least
resins.
splurge and get like a fucking Xbox.
So we don't actually need
Or get the more expensive Logitech one. Get the $60 or the $80 one. Like, come on.
$20 one.
However, before we move on,
Yeah.
look at how
Look at that. It
dark the
already
skin
looks
already
insanely
looks.
done.
Before the groups I mentioned earlier attempted to make a mummy, people didn't know if they get their distinct colors from the fact that they're very old or from the process. But every study that's been done, and I mean you can see the same here, shows that the process is what makes the color. And this was something that we noticed multiple times throughout this experiment. It seems a lot of why mummies look like that comes from the process, not their age. They look like this even brand new. After reburial and natron, we continued lighting incense and waiting for another 15 days, by which time the stank had largely subsided. But before we unearthed it again, we prepared all of the various ointments with the exception of the glue, which was prepared only on the final day when we wrapped the mummy, which is coming up later. Speaking of the ointments and resins, how did we actually figure out a recipe that's been lost for thousands of years? Literally only a year or so ago, a brand new find of a mummification workshop at the necropolis in Saqqara turned up a
One minute, we're gonna
Whack.
Throne, come here, ho.
Going to Throne on stream.
I mean, it's not like there's anything except for some of the Lego games. Okay, that's oh, there's one of the botanicals. You know what, I'm actually gonna add that. I'm all on board. Proceed. I'll enable.
Nice. Whack,
I think I can write Lego. I don't know if they'll know botanical, but fuck that one.
might. You could always try searching just botanical.
Like a botanicals. Ooh, that one's. I like.
Let's go.
That one doesn't.
This is the ADHD portion of the program.
That's very pretty. I saw this at fucking Costco the other day.
Wah, wah. All the Costco purchases. Agreed. I don't buy very much there, but it is amazing.
If I see stuff that I want,
I have to have money before I can buy things.
This point's.
Wah, wah.
I'm a hoe for like. What is? That one wouldn't be bad either, actually.
Mm-hmm.
Ooh, I like that. What does this one fall under? Building.
Ooh, that's pretty.
I like these ones. Like, I like the Pokemon ones too, but these ones are really nice. Just
Piranha plant.
piranha plant.
Wah, wah.
We ended up on throne because I like throne. Ooh. I do
Like I
like
said,
these
it's
ones too, but I wouldn't
Wah.
do this one or that one.
This is the
This one I
ADHD
would.
portion of the
I like
program.
Yeah, my ADHD and like so well together. What does that one call? What does that one call under? Art. Sales. The fucking Lamborghini one's like 600. I don't need one that's. Oh, there's a botanical one. I don't know if I like that one. Kind of looks eh. Studio disconnected. What the fuck? Are you there?
Hello?
Yeah, you're there. What the fuck?
I'm here. Wah.
OBS is back now. I don't know why I did that. What the fuck?
Weird.
OBS reconnection successful. I don't know what OBS did. That hummingbird. Oh, that kingfisher is nice. Ooh, I like these. They're like hair decor things. But they're Lego versions. I fucking love Lego. So much fun. At a certain point, I run out of place to put things.
Indeed.
Oh, it's currently unavailable. I mean, that makes sense. Ooh, that's pretty. There's the Minecraft fox. I think I have. Might have. Maybe. I don't think it's the same one. Yeah, why the fuck are there bullets? I'm just gonna get out of this because now we're just.
Indeed.
A lot of them is ooh. I have this one. It's made and it's on the shelf. Like, I don't want them all because not all of them look nice. I have this Lapras.
Indeed.
Maho for
A Bokaho. Indeed. Wah, wah.
No. I think I'm out of the Legos. I've put these kind of things on my thing before. I do love me the Japanese.
Indeed.
It looks so much nicer.
Reminds me.
I want to do like one of those things where everybody pays for a pack and we buy them all together and then we open them and then I'll send them to everybody.
Yeah.
I think I have this.
I mean, it could be fun.
Did I make that one? Most of them are on the shelf behind me. They're in like a closed in case. You know
Gotta
how
look through.
you know how
Bigger
Angry used
do.
to have like that flag case with like the glass on the front?
Hmm.
Never mind, wrong person. You're not.
You're not the one I want.
I mean, there's the Venusaur. Yeah, there's that one. The Dragonite's down there already. Did I finish it? Oh fuck! Did I finish the Dragonite? I didn't realize I finished the Dragonite. Well, apparently I did finish. Okay, we can go to game now. Or do you want to finish the mummy video?
I was enjoying the mummy video, but we can do whatever.
Number of pots that not only had residue of the balms and ointments still in them, but the pots were labeled with what they contained. So using a technique called mass spectrometry, the group
I don't know if I've ever
analyzed the
shown you the
residue and
mass
just published their analysis of what
You should just
compounds
take
were
some
still be
pictures and
found
send them.
and what sort of ingredients must have been used for each type of mixture. We, of course, were thrilled when we saw this, as we happened to be looking into mummification ointment recipes right when the study was published. I took the information from that paper and then compared it to several others that took samples off of actual mummies and ran the same tests. From both of these, I was able to put together an ingredient list, and the labels of the pots in Saqqara also specified what each mixture was supposed to be used for. The mass spec data also shows how common each ingredient is in the mixture. When you adjust for how volatile each ingredient was to account for the fact that really smelly stuff also evaporates away more quickly, you end up with a recipe that is pretty close and should work. Also, something that is very, very clear from the mass spec data is that just like how everyone has their own family recipes, so too did each embalmer, and the actual recipe wasn't something that was necessarily set in stone. There was a huge amount of variation, especially when you look at the composition of mummies from different periods. It would be made from a selection of ingredients, a little bit a la carte, and adjusted based on how much you were paying. Remember, everyone was mummified, so the recipe was highly dependent on class, just as much as it was on time period. The ingredients for the ointments were expensive and had to be shipped in from literally all over the world, so luxuries like high-quality embalming came at a steep price. As such, we tried to emulate recipes that might have been used on someone rather wealthy or on one of the sacred animals. That way we could explore the whole gamut of ancient smells. We made 5 different mixtures, 4 ointments and 1 glue. The first 3 ointments come from Saqqara research and were noted as bandage treatment, skin treatment, and face treatment. The cedar oil wash we did at the beginning of the process also came from the same research and a pot labeled to wash. The last ointment, called Majet, is one of the sacred anointing oils, and it's used for the top of the head, palms, and feet. They're all made of similar ingredients, and the base for all of them is tallow. The Egyptians would have used ox tallow, but I couldn't find any, so I just went with beef. But you can actually tell specifically that the animal fat comes from a ruminant animal just from the mass spec data, which I thought was really cool. To the tallow, various amounts of different resins and oils are added. These include ones from the Philippines called alemi, pine resin from a specific species that grows near Egypt called Aleppo pine resin, mastic gum from pistachia trees in Greece, as well as cedar and juniper oil. I also used moringa oil as a neutral thinner for some of the recipes, and also some called for beeswax. Each of the solid ingredients were ground in a mortar and pestle to help speed up how quickly they dissolve, as otherwise it can take a really long time. In order to heat and melt everything, we created a sort of ye old.
You have a lot of collectibles.
Yeah, I know.
Lamp and an upturned terracotta pot.
Like nobody, when I say a lot, nobody understands how much.
Though we don't know if this is how
until
they
see
mixtures.
it.
But this is a
couple walls worth. I kind of do understand. It's a fair amount.
We also use these cute little terracotta cups as our brewing vessels, so it's only stuff that they would have had access to. As we worked, we would regularly consult the papyrus scroll we prepared with the recipes to make sure that things were being measured out correctly. Generally, we would add the tallow first and then the various resins and oils, and then just heat and mix everything until it was combined. The differences between the treatments are as follows. The skin treatment is much runnier, as we
what a
want it
fur
to
ball.
soak into the skin
Yo,
to
cutie.
return some suppleness and motion to the body so it can be finally positioned without cracking. The face ointment is more gelled and includes beeswax to give it a more protective layer to the face. And the bandage treatment also includes some wax, but is much richer in aromatic oils and was mixed to be very firm at room temperature. After all, we don't want a mummy to look soggy, it should be nice and solid. Finally, the Majat, the holy oil, is more
all the
focused
Lego
on
stuff
smell.
is in like a
It contains cinnamon, myrrh, and pine resin, along with cedar and juniper oil. But it
Except
also
for that
contains a plant
Edie's
called
over there.
madder,
How
which
fucking
acts as a
cheeky were
rich red dye. This is why this mixture was also used as a makeup in more daily or religious life outside of mummification. All of the leftovers from this process, as well as large amounts of myrrh, cinnamon, and frankincense, were ground up and mixed into sawdust. This will be stuffed into the body cavity to prevent it from collapsing, and it goes a long way to hide any remaining smell emanating from the putrefied internals. With all the ointments and other materials prepared, it was time to unearth the body. This time, very little had changed, as the body had already been fairly dry by day 15. We then spent the better part of an hour or two carefully cleaning the natron off of and out of the body. This meant chipping off
I saw the
larger
cute
pieces,
doggo.
as well as using brushes, scoops, and pokey tools to get off as much as possible. It was slow work, but in the end,
I also
we
gotta
were
go
left
find
with
the
a
nail
thing that
clippers,
already looked
because I
a
have to
whole
clip
lot
his
like a
nails
mummy.
slowly,
But its
'cause they're
transformation was only just beginning.
Thank you,
Now
Motive.
it's time to oil it. We started with the Majat, oiling first the comb at the top of the head, and then the tips of the wings, and finally the feet. Though even anointed in holy oil, I don't think these gnarly gangle toes are going to be breaking any records on Wiki feet anytime soon.
Bullshit. Put
Next
them
up,
on.
it
I
was
bet you
time
they'll
for a
break
little
Wiki
facial
feet
for our
records.
queen. In humans, the eyes typically would have been removed and replaced with fakes, but our bird actually kept theirs intact, and so it just didn't seem necessary. After their facial, it was time for the full body treatment.
Dude,
the skin treatment was melted first because we really wanted to soak in.
This is what it's gonna feel
But
like
at
when I
this
get
point,
wrapped.
something interesting happened. As we coated more of the body, the smell started to quickly disappear. And
You're
be
gonna
replaced
get
by the
mummified.
pleasant
It'll be
smell of the
delicious.
ointment. And it started to look
then I get to go
more
on a
and
bath.
more like a nice roast Peking duck, which was a weird bit of mental dissonance, especially
Indeed.
with the interesting
Also, can you
bouquet
imagine all
of
the
smells in the room at the time. But from this point on, it only began to smell better and better as more of the process was completed. Right after applying the final oil, it started to smell so nice that you could easily forget you were handling a corpse. Once everything was well oiled, we used some rope to do a final bit of positioning to the body. We knew at this point how wide it could be to still fit into the sarcophagus, and its knees needed to come in a fair bit. When it was ready, we brought it back upstairs and laid it on some linen on the pile of natron. And of course, lit some more incense. This way, the body will have time to sit and absorb the oil in a nice dry environment and be further smoked and infused by the incense. Now, speaking of the sarcophagus, this is another area where a ridiculous amount of work was put in. Did we need to do this? No. Would it have affected the taste in any way? Also no. But if we're going to have a mummy around the office, it needs a proper case. The sarcophagus base was carved from wood by hand by my awesome dad. His name is Danny, and he is, amongst many other things, an award-winning wood sculptor in his spare time, and was thrilled when I asked him to make the sarcophagus for this project. But probably not as thrilled as I was when he came to the lab to deliver it after weeks of work.
Looks like the amount of work his dad put into that. It looks fucking.
Oh, I'm so excited.
I feel like I'm presenting like I hope that was okay.
Yeah, that's perfect. Yeah, it's perfect.
Like, look at that. That's fucking wicked.
It looks
have an extra figurine from Hitman Reborn because when it came in the thing, I sent them pictures of the broken little nub that came with it. Broken. But then I found there was a second nub in the figurine, or I used one from a different Android. And so I just have an extra figurine because they sent me another one, but I'd already fixed the other one. So I just kept the second one they sent as like
even in its beautiful state, it is not even close to finished.
Inbox pristine, I get it.
The other one's with the other one is with the other characters.
3 days carefully gilding it. We're using fake gold for this, which has a very different texture than real gold, but looks basically
most of my collectibles are put away.
Professional gilders, so at times it did have
Mine
a little bit of an Easter chocolate bunny look.
Every inch.
Once it was
I didn't show you
we
the
did the
amiibo.
first of several coats of varnish to protect the brass so it doesn't tarnish. None of this is period accurate, but it was a lot of fun. And then with one very shiny chicken box in hand, it was time to paint it. I ended up doing a lot of this off camera because it was just so many days of work, but I tried to incorporate as many elements from real sarcophagi as possible. Specifically, all the writing on the outside of the sarcophagus is usually a mix of two things: spells and the story of the person inside's life. I don't know how this chicken lived, so I went with 100% spells. And for that, I picked up several copies of the Book of the Dead and picked ones that tended to make sense. But that does mean that 100% of the writing on the coffin is readable, though we did sneak a few Easter eggs into it, which you can either find by translating it yourself or by watching the Nebula video. Speaking of spells, though, saying the Book of the Dead isn't really an accurate representation of what the Book of the Dead really was, because importantly, it wasn't a book. It started as a loose collection of spells that would have been inscribed onto the sarcophagus and the walls of the tomb, or onto the many different amulets that might have been made. Over time, the spells started being inscribed onto the bandages of the mummy, and this is actually where we get a lot of the early versions of the book from. And the spells often are more short stories about a particular god than they are spells in any sort of Harry Potter sense.
You're saying it wrong. It's
Not
Leviosa.
Not Leviosa.
You do it then if you're so clever.
But the point is, not only would the bodies be carefully preserved, they would literally be wrapped in an entire spellbook.
I love it, girl.
Later, the tradition shifted to papyrus scrolls as they were easier to prepare in advance of somebody dying. For example, here's a page we prepared depicting the soul of Hennifer meeting the council of gods that would judge her fate. And lower down, we see her heart is being weighed against a feather by Anubis. If she passed the test, she would be ushered into the afterlife and would get a chance to meet Big Daddy Osiris himself. If she fails, she'd be condemned to oblivion, and her soul would be eaten by the monster Amit. The various spells of the Book of the Dead are meant to help the dead pass this and many of the other tests on their journey to the afterlife. So having a copy either literally wrapped around you, or at least on hand in your tomb, was supposed to be like keeping the instruction manual with you so you don't mess it up. To keep in that spirit, we spent about an hour inscribing as many of the bandages as we could with various spells taken from the Book of the Dead. The bandages were made from pieces of linen that were torn to the right size.
And
for many mummies, the bed sheets of the person who died were torn to produce the bandages for the dead. But for those more well-off, pieces of linen of the exact correct width were directly manufactured as to not have a frayed edge. The last thing to do before we wrap our bird is to prepare the glue. We chose to do this on the day of because we didn't know how the glue would behave when it was cooled and heated in the ceramic pot, but in hindsight this probably could have been done in advance without issue. This recipe is sort of the inverse of the others we made. Lots of sticky resin with very little fat. In this case we used mastic gum, damar resin, Aleppo pine resin, as well as small amounts of myrrh, cinnamon, and cedar and juniper oil. The fat that we do add is mainly to act as a solvent and will also dramatically lower the melting point so that it doesn't get smoky. It also helps to wet all of the resin powders and help them melt faster. Once everything was melted together, we were ready to get to work as this stuff needs to be used hot. Something that had been noticed in mummies is that the tissue on the outside often looks slightly cooked, and this is almost certainly why. Even with gloves, we got a little burned doing this and probably could have let it cool down a fair bit without impacting the process. But
if you chew on my bottle, I'll fucking end you.
Fairly hot to last through the whole process. We used a homemade brush made of bundled linen cords to apply the glue to the body. Then we carefully glued down the inscribed bandages, starting from the head and working our way down. This was a fairly slow and methodical process, and we quickly figured out that once a bandage is down, you can just paint the glue onto the bottom of the bandages to instantly turn it into real Duckie. Once half the bird was covered, we stuffed our prepared sawdust into the inner cavity as tightly as possible and made a little diaper with 3 pieces of well-glued cloth to hold it down. Then the wrapping continued until we had run out of inscribed bandages. The whole time, the bird was getting encased in more and more resin and bandages until it was essentially an airtight resin linen bird composite. At this point, it was time for some amulets. Normally, mummies would be filled with amulets. You know, here's all the ones found in a single mummy, for example. But we stuck with a nice round 3. First, a Jed pillar, or the Pillar of Osiris, which we glued to the throat and covered in a few wraps of linen. Then we followed this with an Eye of Horus, and finally a Heart Scarab. Many of these would often be inscribed with spells on a human mummy, but they would have been much larger and have more space for those spells.
Also, there's another sword, but it's beside
amulets wrapped in
against the wall because it doesn't fit on any stand.
Layers of linen
It's fucking Meliodas' sword from Meliodas' fucking weapon
until we had 8 to 12 layers total.
Sacred weapon or whatever they're called.
Then we can add a final shroud to encase everything. This was tied on very tightly with several more strips of cloth, and at this point, the mummy is mostly
This chicken has had a better funeral than most people will ever.
Now, keep in mind, this is the most speculative part of this, as we don't have any better evidence that this part was done this way. But this is how we interpret the use of the ointment labeled bandage treatment. We were torn on if that meant the bandages should be pre-soaked or if this was applied at the end, but based on ancient descriptions of pouring ointments and perfumes on the final mummy, we think this is what they meant. We heated the mixture until it was molten so that way it'll soak into the linen when we apply it. This batch has extra of the cedar oil in it, as this will be the layer most exposed to air and liable to rot, so the antimicrobial and antifungal nature of the resins and cedar oil will help prevent that. And because this is based on tallow and wax, once it's cooled, it'll seal the entire mummy in a layer of nice-smelling lipids that'll make the inner mummy truly airtight. A fun bonus we weren't expecting was that the second the oil hit the linen, it immediately looked pretty much the exact color of ancient mummies. So once again, the color of mummies really does seem to come from the process, and the fact that they look the same, brand new, or thousands of years old just goes to show how successful the process was.
I mean, they get darker, but they don't get that much
All that
darker.
was left now was some final ornamentation. First, we included an inscribed ceremonial obsidian knife. I also spent a couple of days making this beautiful chicken-sized Wesek necklace based on examples in various
above and beyond for this.
And that's all there is to making a mummy. It only took
This
thousands
chicken
of
got
dollars and months of painstaking,
funeral
often
he deserved.
exhausting work.
Yeah.
And there was so much more we didn't cover that got cut for time, as this video is already gigantic. Also, to commemorate this insane project, we're doing something a little special. You've seen the set of mummy assembly instructions we've shown throughout the video. They're screen printed on actual papyrus from the only remaining papyrus farm in Egypt. And for only the next 2 weeks, you can buy one.
Oh my god.
Okay.
Michael Reeves never updates.
I'm
Okay, we're
in
gonna watch this
studio. If
I want to buy
Hey.
a motorcycle. I'm a drug addict, and my drug of choice is lowballing people on Facebook Marketplace. If you've never experienced this narcotic, allow me to paint you a picture. It's 2 a.m. You have work to do, but instead you are lowballing the shit out of some guy named Greg. But do not misunderstand. You aren't here to buy. You are here to gamble on the idea that one of these poor motherfuckers will say yes to your lowball offer one day, instantly catapulting you into the stratosphere of euphoric galaxy feeling. They'll have to shoot you up with Narcan to wake you up.
Somebody
Have I
would give it to him for
successfully
free
lowballed
just to know
someone?
who he
Yeah,
is.
I mean, a couple of times. I actually lowballed a guy for this trip.
Yeah.
I'm being honest, 90% of the time, they ignore me because I'm just not that good at negotiating. But I really, really want a motorcycle for cheap. So, the only logical conclusion, I will use AI to write a bot that communicates with the seller and negotiates for me on Facebook Marketplace.
That works.
Is what a pussy baby man would say. It's not gonna negotiate. The sole purpose of this bot is to fuck with people on Facebook Marketplace. To lowball them non-stop. To break them down psychologically. Negotiating is for terrorists. And these people are worse than terrorists.
Holy fuck,
When they get their
Michael.
lowest, they'll super with an offer and get a massive discount. And they'll have no fucking idea. Shut the fuck up, bro! Okay, gamers. This code is the first step. I know it doesn't look like much, and that's because I hid most of it because it's very ugly. But it's important because it gathers information for us. And how are you gonna gaslight someone without information? Say you're on Facebook Marketplace and you see something you like. All you have to do is copy paste the URL, and then automatically it will open the product page in a Chrome window. It'll strip away all the useful information, the miles on it, the transmission, whatever the stupid ass seller wrote in the description, so we can use it later. And by use it later, I mean put it in a ChatGPT and ask it to write a mean message. But man, would it be annoying if you had to copy and paste all of that. Instead, do this. Now we can run this, and no hands, no hand, remind you. Yes, read all that shit. Bring it to ChatGPT. What? Fuck, what is this? Hey, I came across your listing. Thanks? You said thanks? You're supposed to be an asshole. Look, it says right here. Maybe you thought I was just calling it an asshole. Let's try it again. I tweaked the prompt a little bit and also named the bot Chet. Chet. Come on, Chet. Let's fucking go, Chet.
I see your post about the motorcycle, and I'm not interested in your sob story. You're sitting on a bike with a salvage title.
He got to voice this.
Title means? It means junk in bold letters. Who cares about fancy turn signals?
It is. It's Sea-Dog, right?
Hands for $1,000. Take it or leave it.
Maybe.
Better things to do.
It has to be. 1 minute. I have to see if that's in the comment. 1 minute. Fuck yes, it is. Sea-Dog. The fact that I can hear it and immediately be like, that's Sea-Dog.
Treasure.
I've listened to him too many times. I fucking love him. Connor's the
That
best.
worked pretty good, and it's pretty much ready to start messaging people for real. But how are we gonna know if it's actually better than a person at negotiating? For that, you would need a control group of people. That would take just too long. That's why I started 2 months ago. Subject 1, Lauren bought this camera listed for $550 for only $450. Good job, Lauren. How'd she manage that?
Hi, would you do 400 cash?
450.
Sounds good.
Powerful stuff. Benoit got this office chair listed for $350 for only $350. What the fuck happened there? Jason got this exercise bike for 10% off. There's a whole bunch more, but in the end, the average amount people negotiated down was 11.6%. That's the number that our bot needs to be. You might be wondering, how is this study in any way scientific?
It's not.
Now we can finally buy something to test out the gaslighting. We
Figured
could get
he'd
a blue
continue
door,
on
or
with
maybe
life.
a Paw Patrol scooter, or I was thinking a new monitor for my computer.
Holy
oh no, how'd that happen? Is to fuck with people. Oh man! Oh, beans! I don't want to talk about it. Anyway, this looks like a good monitor, and for convenience, I made this custom Chrome extension. So you just have to find the product you want, come up here, hit gaslight. A dashboard pops up for the product you want to buy.
That's fucking hilarious.
And wait, and wait, and then this pops up. It's like the Facebook page of the person I am. You don't touch anything. Don't touch anything. Boom, okay. Haven't touched anything. It pops up, does it automatically, goes here, bada bing, look at that, fucking puts the ChatGPT message.
Hey there, I'm interested in that flickering mess you call a monitor. How about I take it off your hands for $20? With all that color popping and shit, stop pretending it's worth 50.
Now we just wait. Give him a few hours to think about his life choices, and then I'll make an offer for... Dude, no fucking way. Wait, what?
He said 20!
You know how doing like the bot gaslighting thing? The bot sent the message like, fuck you, stupid monitor. And it offered less than 50% of what he offered. He agreed to the bot. That's fucking good. No, that's not what's supposed to happen, dude. What do you mean? No, it's not supposed to. I hope he's not too mad.
Dude, he's gonna beat your ass.
The seller was late to our meeting, which gave me time to think about my strategy. I'm gonna poop my pants. I shouldn't have drank coffee. I'm gonna poop. I was corn dogging. Bad. But it didn't faze me. I had to lock in. Hey, how you going?
Sorry.
No, it's all good.
So I
Nice
spoke
meet
to your
you.
mom or something?
Yeah, I lied.
So she told you about it. I use this for...
Like for gaming?
Yeah, just one gaming.
Just one gaming?
Yeah. Is this good?
I mean, it seems alright. Yeah, I was wondering why you accepted such an aggressive message from my mom.
Oh no, I didn't feel that way.
What do you mean
What?
it didn't feel that way? I'm interested in that flickering mess that you call a monitor? You didn't, what do you mean you didn't? Yeah, you said like 20 bucks?
Yep.
Thank you, man, I appreciate it. I had secured the monitor, but I couldn't get rid of a nagging feeling. Dude, I feel kind of bad.
Why?
That I didn't get it for less money.
I fucking love him. How the fuck did he manage that?
Dude, the bot works first try. Nothing I make ever works first try. Why would you say that?
No idea. That's wild.
The dude had probably had it on there forever. He probably got a new monitor and he just wanted it gone out of his mouth.
What's been happening? It all started right here when I sat down to buy.
This is what I'm titling YouTube if you want to go look.
Go fuck yourself, idiot. But it was all right. I thought this was gonna happen. I have multiple accounts. Let's try the next account, and the next account, and the next account. Every single one has been banned. So I contacted my cousin in Pakistan. He gave me the link to a site where I can just buy Facebook accounts. Then I had 50 Pakistani Facebook accounts, and they weren't getting banned. But then they couldn't message anyone. They get prompted for phone number verification because Facebook doesn't trust them. So I do the next logical thing. We're going to Best Buy. Prepaid SIM cards, baby. Oops, you're about 20 years too late. Prepaid SIM card companies recycle phone numbers, so every single one has already been used to make a Facebook account. I've become desperate. I need better quality accounts. So I go on gray market account forums, and finally, I find legitimate looking accounts. And you know what happens? They still get banned! Why? I start to think, why? I got good accounts, I got my software written, I'm using a VPN. Oh! Maybe it's a VPN. So I start researching. Normally when they log into Facebook, everyone has a different IP address. But people using a VPN all look like they're coming from the same IP address.
I am massively simplifying.
So 100,000 requests from the same place make it pretty obvious that that IP address is a VPN. Companies will keep a big list of these addresses. They're called known proxy lists. So Facebook trusts these accounts less. Well, then how did I get around this? If you guessed I went back to the store to buy more SIM cards so I can use some like little Wi-Fi hotspots, then you are probably a scammer. But you're right. And it kind of works now. I had to do a couple more things to get it fully functional, but if I say those things, YouTube will get mad at me, so I'll put them on Patreon instead. Good plug. Classy plug. Give me your money. With the bot,
give me your money.
Really one
give me your money.
Give me your money.
He's plugged.
From elderly people on Facebook Marketplace.
He felt bad after doing the first one. You could tell.
No time.
He said that for not getting it for cheaper, but you could tell he felt bad.
$5, huh? Don't make me laugh.
Hello. Hey, how you going? Nice to meet you. Oh, yep, that's my waifu. Looks beautiful.
Yeah, it's giant. I've never
seen
something like that.
Big. You said $3? Do you have any trouble selling it?
A lot of people have asked, not a lot of people buying.
How it going, man?
Yeah,
not a lot of people buying.
I want a motorcycle helmet.
Listen up, champ. That's a lot to ask for a helmet with scuff marks.
You get a lot of people asking about it?
When I first posted it, not so much, but then the last 3 days I've been getting bombarded with messages.
Welder, to weld things. You know, what do you weld?
I started doing steel sculptures, and now I just I make pillows out of exotic animals.
Okay.
Like zebra and
oh
giraffe.
my god.
Looks like it's got everything. Do you have any trouble selling it?
Yeah, like the female bots.
Yeah, bots. Why would I send just one, or two, or three? Everyone I message gets at least 5 bots, all lowballing them all at the same time. Actually, it's over the course of 24 hours to make it not arise suspicion. Let me read you some of my favorite messages that the bots have sent so far. Hey there, Nya. I should mention that I've given each bot a different personality by just tweaking
all the personality.
I love it.
Yeah, I'm super interested in
Lily
Lincoln
Peaches.
Electric MIG welder. Since I'm saving up for an epic trip to Japan, I was wondering if you'd accept $65 for it. Arigato.
What the fuck? I sent that shit to a real person. Hey there, I
saw your listing for the ratcheting wrenches, but my college textbook fees have been really breaking the bank and my spirit. Would you maybe consider selling them for $15?
Alright, I'm over it. This stuff is cool, but remember, I want to buy a
motorcycle.
So let's see which ones we can afford.
None
of them. Because I blew the entire budget on Pakistani Facebook accounts. Seriously though, I want something cheap, like a fixer-upper. You know, it's something I can use all these tools I just bought.
Fucking
boom, come
Christ.
full circle, call back previous
Indeed.
Video, boom, YouTube video, good. Also, those accounts were really expensive. So nothing too nice. Like this, it's cool, but this guy is a little too... Honestly, it's pretty sweet, but I don't think there's anything wrong with it. That's kind of cool. It's only $1,000. Oh wait, this is not even a... Well... This is it. I'm sending the final message for the motorcycle. I've gaslighted this person with every bot that I have, and it's time for me to message him. I'm nervous.
He's nice.
Yes! God damn, what the fuck? Anyways, I got the motorcycle. Today's the day. Because of my tailgate, one of the cables is broken.
Tailgate?
We are on our way to finally pick up the motorcycle. Oh wow, she's beautiful. Hello. Oh, it looks great. You said it runs fine. Don't worry, I didn't understand that either. Because most of the audio from this is completely useless, which is fine. It's fine. What ended up
I heard what
happening
she
is
said. She said I hadn't driven
the bike, and all that really matters is
He
that
bought
the
a moped.
motorcycle
That's not a
was fucking sick. Oh man. Okay, so it's not legally or technically a motorcycle. But you guys are missing the point. What you should be asking is how much money did the bot save me on this 20-year-old broken down, not running moped? I got this bad boy for 15% off. Remember, the average person gets 11.6% off, meaning the bot saved me $34 off the purchase of this $1,000 vehicle. Let's fucking go. Let's fucking go.
Crazy,
And yes,
yeah.
I did spend $600 or $700.
He managed to
on
gaslight them
Pakistani
because he
Facebook
sent so
accounts
many
to get the bots
fucking
run.
stupid
And no,
messages. They
the
were like,
moped does
what the
not
fuck,
run
I'm done with this.
Yet. So I'm pretty good at computers and electronics type of stuff, but engines have always just been like a little bit witchcraft type shit, so I don't know what's wrong with it immediately. It makes a noise, like the starter motor makes a noise, but the engine just doesn't start. But I only imagine it could be like the oil.
There's a lot of metal on metal contact in an engine, and the oil helps to cut down on the friction between the parts. If someone changes their oil often, it means they take good care of the moped.
Attenzione. It's Italian. That means it's the original filter. This thing's 15 years old.
That's not great, but let's try... Nope, it was
Oof.
not the oil.
Or it could be the carburetor's bad.
Carburetors are like a mythical, scary thing, but they're actually just like a glorified spray bottle. See, gasoline by itself isn't all that powerful, but when you mix it with air by
It's a
turning it into
breather.
dust, that's what happens in your engine. And that's really all this little fucker does. So I'm just gonna watch a YouTube video on how to clean it. Kind of like how I'm watching a YouTube video right now about carburetors so I can teach you guys how carburetors work. Also, the carburetor was not
Carburetor.
It could be the spark plug.
I love
It
this.
knows what the name is. It's just a spark and it lights that gas on fire. Sometimes they stop sparking, but this one sparks, so this definitely won't be
I got
what
mine
fixes
changed.
it. Oh,
I got mine changed a couple years ago. Spark plug.
Let's
I mean, it probably didn't
go.
hurt to do the rest of the maintenance.
sometimes you don't even have to
Indeed.
know what fixes something. You know, you just
Oh
take
my
it
god, he
apart,
put the
it back
dirty
together,
sticker
and
on
then
it.
works
Yes.
again. And sometimes you weld truck nuts to your moped to justify buying a welder. It's just how life is.
Yeah.
I think we can conclude that the bot was a success. It saved me $34 on this bad boy, and all we had to do was systematically gaslight a bunch of people on Facebook Marketplace. Now, I did end up telling them about the bot.
Those were all me. Yeah, it was all us on like separate accounts. 4, 5, maybe. Were us.
It's like a bot.
It was like a bot, yeah.
And I ended up paying them the full original asking price for what they were selling, because I felt bad, but I just wanted to see if it would
I
work.
figured he
And
was
it did,
going
and
to.
it saved me $34.
Yep. He truck nutted in there hard.
Thanks for watching. If you enjoyed the video, let it simmer in your brain, in your subconscious for the next couple days. If you didn't, then don't do that. If you like the shirt I've been wearing, my girlfriend made it, and I'm selling it now. And my girlfriend says if I sell enough, I could win a personal pan pizza from Pizza Hut. So please, it's a really nice high-quality Hawaiian shirt. It's like, oh shit, high-quality Hawaiian shirt. It's got a quirky little Spamu Sabi pattern on it. It's really nice. So if you're interested, you could go here and go to this website if you want to buy it. And yeah, that's it. Thanks for watching. I'll see you guys in 2.
You watch his stuff?
Sometimes.
That's amazing. But he never fucking updates. That's why I was like, holy shit, he updated. Also, the fact that I'm just doing voices. Anyways, now you can update the YouTube.
I did.
Okay. All my coworkers. You changed it to say that?
I got all the good stuff in there.
Changed the title to the thing you sent me.
I changed it.
Okay, I need you to stream your screen.
Change out my headset. All right.
Here. Full screen. Okay. There we go. I can edit the audio sound. Is there any sound in the game right now?
Yes, I have sound.
How much? No, oh, it's not very loud.
Yeah, it's just like a rumbling kind
Like
of
an
thing.
ambience, like the heartbeat. You're in a fetus. You're in somebody's stomach.
Kinda, yeah. Everything's full. Give me one more second. I gotta check to make sure I'm...
This game is amazing.
Looks good.
I'm gonna leave you. I'm gonna watch you do it and say nothing. Except if I really think you're gonna fuck something up. If I think think you're about to end the existence of something, I might say something.
Indeed.
All I'm gonna say is, I got to the end with all 4 pups. It's not that easy to do that, though.
I probably won't make it that far.
I mean, it's only like a 4-hour game. It's not long. You can play it with controller. I played it.
Is that better?
For what?
Volume.
Yeah, I can hear it. I had to turn my headset up.
Okay, well, we're on Epic.
You've got this. There we go.
Epic setting.
This eye monitor is amazing. I love it. What the fuck happened?
It decided to be silly.
Yeah, when you changed it
Not
again,
permitting.
it suddenly cut off everything. On the
Yeah, well,
screen.
that's what it did to me too. So.
I quickly had to go
Okay.
back.
Is it better now?
Yeah.
Right, new game.
I love the style of this game. It's so pretty. You know, a lot of this game is very timed. So you can't take 12 years doing something because there's a day-night cycle.
Mm-hmm.
And if you don't get enough sleep, stuff gets fucked up. Mama Fox is very, very pregnant.
Mm-hmm.
You can see it even while she's... Also, food runs out sometimes, so you have to actually be careful with what you eat when you eat it.
Okay. That's hot.
Turn brown. Right there.
Let's hold, I see.
I've never seen a fox do that. I don't expect I ever will.
I'm not sure. I've seen some really cool fox videos, but
I
that
love
seemed
fox. Foxes are like that.
kinda different.
If I live somewhere where I can have a fox.
He looks like he got cooked.
Like, I still have to do a second run through this game and do some other missions. Like, the world.
Mm-hmm.
Imagine being fucking pregnant.
To the park.
Yeah, I might have to help with some of those little tinier.
Unfortunately, yeah.
Because it's hard.
Incredibly.
The one to your right.
I now have a slight idea what I'm looking for, but when it's raining like this, the colors tend to blend.
Yeah. Home sweet home. Reach the first. What the fuck is this? It's choice of.
Yeah, it's like it's not taking my desktop size into things.
Yeah.
Really weird.
Little pink baby.
All the babies.
Now you get to choose their
They is babbies.
I like doing the pink one. Just I think that all of them have different. It's tiny.
Little one. He is small.
Slightly.
Wow, what a fire.
Got a hell of a start. It's a different type of crazy.
Oh dear.
Babies to feed. You go back where you came from. That deer is.
Ooh, that's a good idea. That being said, it's probably dangerous. Everything's dangerous.
You can also just. You also. You have to eat for yourself, and you have to eat. Yeah, you don't know how to. Hold LB. Yeah, it's all there. Is that as far as you
He won't. That's it, yeah.
Okay, try to grab that. See if you have to hold it. I don't know how to. so you could probably reload tonight.
I'm just. Why won't it let him? Okay, I guess this is what I'm bringing back to the lair.
Yeah, instead of that nice roast that you had.
Okay, I think I figured that out. I think I have it, yeah. See if I can do this.
There you go.
Ah,
remember,
let's go.
I think you have to eat as well, but I'm not sure if you have to eat yet.
I don't know. But I'm bringing this back.
Now you become the fucking mama bear. Like, these are mine, and I shall protect them. There you go. And put the layer.
If they've left.
Yeah, you have to return home before the nights get longer. The days get longer.
Interesting. So now same thing, right?
Yeah, hold LB and it'll tell you. I think it will notify you if you go near.
The sniffing simulator.
Babies. I guess right now you'd be eating for yourself mostly, and then feeding them.
Yeah.
Like gray one is
Hey, no, don't you try to leave. No. I don't know. Oh, no.
There's nothing you can do about this.
I know it hurts.
Part of the game. It's the one that you have to try and get back with you. If you don't get all of the hints to him, you don't find him.
I don't know if I'm smart enough.
I got it. I managed. And you know, you have to do a certain amount of tracking things before you can. That felt fucking fought, that's fucking for sure. Yeah, as long as if you get enough of the things for that, you're good. You just have to make sure you do everything. I think it's fishing. Winter
Probably, but I don't know how to fish.
Oh, it's like the pouncing. For food catching, you just pounce into a water bowl.
Indeed.
Berries. I love the little squeaks they make.
Indeed.
So, like, once the cubs come out, you have to start teaching them skills.
Oh my god.
Basically, what you're doing is trying to prepare them for the end.
You're trying to prepare them for the end of the world.
Pretty much. Also, that frog is still fucking in there.
He's emergency food. I like how they changed.
Mamas.
Foxes.
Mama Fox gotta teach him how to live now. I love them.
Mama Fox ain't that smart. Mama Fox might not even be able to survive herself.
Mama Fox will be fine. I love this game. They made so much. They made so many. Remember, they can't run as fast as you.
I know. That's why I'm not running super fast. No, let's go down here first.
And you can pet them all individually. Yeah. Thanks. They will tell
That's why I'm not. Nice.
The bear trap. There's a trap. I was like, I'm not sure if he's gonna notice that.
It's sniffing simulator.
No, leave the possum alone. You can't do anything with the possum. Oh, it'll. Berries.
Did I miss them?
Right there on that button.
Oh, I see.
You actually have to. Yep. Now you have berries. Now you turn around and sit down. You want to get that bar back.
We also
Now
can't.
you just have to remember that exactly.
That's a pounce spot.
You should go back. Going a little. Hit the middle button on your controller. Just so you have an idea of where your home is. My niece. I was doting on.
I could see that.
I think you might have fucked yourself early on that you might come back because you fucked up with all those apples.
Did I?
Yeah, because that deer and those apples are supposed to be your food. So basically, it's made it so you've had to go farther to get food, which means you're using later game food.
Well, then I'll have to go back here and get them if they're still there.
They probably aren't. I think they will probably be spawned because you dropped them on the ground.
Always a chance.
Night.
Probably a person.
You don't want to get caught.
You mean during?
I would restart the game. Yes.
That's because you're a perfectionist who needs to get everything through.
Yeah,
I get that.
I mean, it's not a perfectionist problem. It's a problem of you're gonna run out of food. You're gonna run out of food later in game. There's only so many food sources.
Couldn't go back far enough.
Jump. Hey, look, they all learned to jump.
They all learned one skill.
In one day. Hello, Tyler. Welcome. Yeah, no, I would do new game because it's one of those things of it's not to even be complete. Like the game is hard enough to find food. Like surviving in this game is not easy to begin with. But yeah, don't waste the food out of the garbage. What's up, Tyler? What you doing? At least you know what to do now. You can speedrun this. Hell yeah!
For the
How
most
y'all
part.
doing? Doing good. I got a new eye tracker.
What?
I think if you look at the stream on Twitch, you can see the eye tracking thing because it's on. Tracks where I'm looking. But also, it's just a better eye tracker in general. What I'm using for VTubing, for my VTuber, it makes more motions and just more ability to manage my eyeballs. It's using my VTuber to the most it possibly can. I do want to fuck around with my VTuber and see if I can make the eyes. Yeah. Gotta add more points into the eyes for the eye thing. But I've got to figure out how to open it in the program first. Nice. Yeah, it's a Toby eye tracker. It was expensive. It was my birthday present. I put some money into it, and then he paid the rest for me for my birthday. The hold. Like the game is gorgeous though. Now that you see it this time, you can focus on everything around as well. The music also
Except for this last part. I want to see if I can succeed at the QuickTime event or whatever.
Yeah, you can try.
I don't think I will, but I'm not sure what it is.
I think I have tried, and I don't know if you actually can. Yeah, I don't think it's possible.
No, it isn't. It's because it doesn't tell you what it is, right?
In the other server on Discord, some random guys going up to me. What other server? Like, server? You mean like my server? Or a different server? And vehicle. Yeah, no. Just be careful with food in the game because it'll fuck you really fast. Like,
indeed.
It loves to just make it hard to do stuff. No, not your server. In a different server. Okay, cool. Just making sure it wasn't in my server. because I'm pretty anal about that. Me and Motive handles that shit very well and very quickly. Usually, he handles it quicker than I do, because I just kind of ignore it unless somebody says something specifically to me. Because there's a streamer chat that's not for like just randos, it's for like more people that are like streaming and stuff. I'm not sure what type of apocalypse happened in this game, but a apocalypse did happen.
An animal apocalypse.
Mm-hmm. Oh. How many pieces are in this fork? Anyways, you doing okay? I am doing great. We have the new duck. We have everything. I have changed my overlay up a bit to make everything smoother. We have starting and ending screens now because I got those done. Still need to get a schedule done, but I'll do that. Maybe I'll do that on the 14th and then take the dog to the vet thing at the end. Because I'll have more money at the end of the month.
All the babies.
Hello, Mr.
Wah, wah.
Hey, tiny babies! I know, I really love the pink one. The little pink fox. That thing was my baby. I would protect that to the end. My playthrough, this was fun. I enjoyed it. I need to get a paper shredder now that I remember. Shreds the papers. I need to go through these papers and mark off all of my fucking... Hi, Jolly! Mark off my freaking social insurance number. Because my sin is on it. Do I have black marks in here? Nope, there it is. Nope, that's the left. Good. Move this for a second and pull this monitor forward. Check. You. Find your clubs. What you doing, Jolly? How's your day been? Welcome to stream. I'm scribbling out with black ink the front and the back paper. How's your day been, Jolly? What's up? Woo, you got the food.
Getting back to the lair.
He might. I feel like a boss.
Indeed.
Did you get to change the colors already?
Mm-hmm. No worries.
Oh, I need to go rest now. I hope you have a great stream and great day. Yeah. You too. Have a good day, Tyler. Also, careful, the garbage bags can explode on you. They don't usually, but something can happen to them at least.
I only have one thing. I'm not sure if that's what I need.
I mean, it's food.
Okay. But is it enough food?
Maybe.
Hope, right?
You can only bring one item.
Indeed.
I guess I could go through this all and just slowly cut it up myself. That sounds like a pain in the ass. Those ones. Not the baby. Definitely not running. Chill, child. Safe. Not the toy. This dude just tricked us up. I understand that the dude's just trying to survive. My baby. No forgiveness. All revenge.
No, the baby. The scent don't last forever.
The puppy. Not the puppy. That does nothing. I think this is super fucking. Better to just fucking paint.
Indeed. I still think there's another thing at the very beginning, so
Yeah,
I'm
I
gonna
think
go back.
there's another bag. There's another thing in the bag.
Yeah.
I think there was 2 or 3.
I'm carrying it with me. Let's go.
Basically, this entire set. I think paper sorter's not bad.
Indeed.
Also have to go through and get all of my PayPal, all my receipts. During tax season.
All the prepping for the tax.
Remember, renewal. Yeah, no, you changed the pink one to tan.
It's mostly just because I can't see colors well.
Oh.
Well, certain colors. They tend to.
I shred receipt for pink.
I mean, you can.
Gotta like get a little box. Hello, Kenji. What you doing? Look, more food in there?
Oh.
Oh no! That's what. Sometimes the bag gets stuck on your head. That's what happens.
Mm-hmm. That would be when the bag is done.
Yeah.
That's okay. It's a learning experience.
Yeah, it's a learning.
Indeed. There's still a bag on my head.
Yeah. There's still a bag on your head, and I goes away won't see.
Okay, well, I got them food.
Yeah, you did indeed.
Okay.
Fine, just. Booda 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 booda. Great. Well, what are you doing?
They all learned to jump.
For us, the blanket into the spotlight. Sliding forward again. Yeah, no, that one pup, you can get her back, but it's pretty much end game.
End of game, yeah.
You have to do everything that you need to do for it, though, before you...
Oh, look at them. They're swimming.
They're trying to... They're trying their best. They're learning to swim. That's what a pair...
Yeah. By going over here, I've probably screwed my night up.
Yeah, because there's not a whole lot of...
Yeah. I have to restart again.
The game?
Yeah.
No, you're fine.
Look at my health.
That's not health.
Yeah, look at my, I was gonna say, look at my hunger.
Yeah, well, there's fire very much. Oh, yeah. I'm not supposed to.
Me either.
The bear.
What I thought. I jumped it.
Keep going straight. You're straight. Oh, there's something. Oh, it's up a tree. Grab the tree. There you go. They have.
There, they've eaten.
Like, some things come back. I don't know what.
Probably natural resources, and it probably takes a couple days.
Yeah. I just look around, just move around the areas fast. Go down that, go up that. Left.
Past the badger. Sorry.
Go. Oh no, it's gonna suffocate you. Oh, damn.
No food.
Just failed immediately. That's the food from the badger. You're never gonna get that. And you shouldn't get it. It'll. Yeah, it's hard to get it. I think
That's
just
fine.
past here is a bush.
Indeed.
That you walked past it.
No, I grabbed it. I went like
No,
that.
there was another
and then
path.
came out.
Yeah, there was another path.
Go this way to get back home.
I feel like walking takes a certain amount.
Running does too, though.
Maybe it's just
Yeah. They were fed earlier by the one that fell off the tree.
like the goal is to get that bar as high as you can. Basically. But you're nice.
Yep.
More concerning later in game. But you also get skills that let them help.
Beware of predators.
I would slap a bitch. But look, the pink one, you need that.
Where'd it go?
There's more apples.
Indeed.
quite a bit of things here. It's just whether you can actually get them. I would grab an extra, but once you have them full, I grab extra food and bring it back with me so that when you're finally full, you can give it to them right before you go to bed, because food will go down. Careful when you go, because he is there. Like, I can't hate the guy who took him up because I would pause. Because that's a danger area.
Mm-hmm.
If you go to the left, yeah, that way, there was a...
There's a
spot.
bush, yeah. Right over here.
Right there. Other way. I love how they just said, fuck it, we're just going to other direction.
Indeed.
God, I got... Yeah, no, they don't just need one thing to eat a day.
No, they need lots, I know.
Oh, you might find it here.
Indeed.
I would check your map.
Just taking the loop all the way up and around.
Yeah, I'm just making sure that you're not going to head towards the path. Oh, this. Hi, Crucy. What you doing? Telling you to go straight for your thing. Yeah. There's the apple. It's not back. What's up, Crucible? Duckie's playing Endling.
Wee! I'm a duck.
Yeah, no, if you get them off screen...
Oh, crap. That sucked. Yep. I tried to jump. It didn't let me.
Working, but
I'm an idiot.
That sucks, but also, it's life. At least you get to watch me while you do it. I got better eye tracking, Crucy. I got the Toby finally. Came in the mail and I set it up the other night, and it's fucking awesome. Oh my god.
Indeed.
I love the new eye tracking. It's so much better. I'm gonna fuck around with my VTuber, like with an extra copy of her, and see if I can make the eyes have more like movement, so, like they can go up further, because they don't go. The pupils don't move as much as they should, and the eyes don't have as much motion as they should. I might just teach myself how to VTube create and just go through it.
That'd be fun.
It'd be hell. Don't get me wrong, but is that the one that can see where you look on screen? Yeah, you can set it up on. It's an option to choose it when you get into stream. I didn't set it as automatic. I set it that you could see something if you wanted to. And you can set your own colors and everything for it. I don't know if it works on all of them. Hey, look, berries. Can you open your map for a second? I want to see if you can mark. Can you leave marks?
Nope.
I was just gonna see if you could, because then you can mark. I don't know if the apples. Like the locks on the game, so like when you see the locks in the map, they'll go away as nights go. Because some events happen and stuff like that on the nights. That's why you have to make a lot of fucking... The later nights, you have to make a fuck ton of, like, progress and movement around. This game is fucking intense. I mean, it's already intense. It gets even more intense. Oh, the apple on the tree. Look at that. Little ones, eat your fill. Apples give more food. Yeah, that's the thing. It's like certain foods give more food, certain foods give less. It's all annoying. It's like there's like achievements for just being meat eaters for a certain amount of days, just being vegetable eating. Some fucking insane achievements.
That just seems intense. I don't know if I could do it that hard.
That's like I haven't done that yet, but I have to do a couple of them.
Indeed.
Like I got the best one. I got like the second best ending. There's only one thing that you can get better than what I got. It's just because it's got nothing to do with the amount of pups I have. It has to do with the amount of pups. It has to do with whether the badger's there. What pups are. Guess these are kits. Pups are more. Hello, badger. So if you see the badger in a cage, help it out of the cage. Oh look, the bags. I doubt any. This tree might have grown back now. Yeah, just basically familiarizing yourself with the map. Oh yeah.
Nope.
Oh,
don't
the
want to burn up.
Woman's there.
Yeah, I don't want to burn up too much food, but.
Where is she? Go back?
Over. Yeah, I can do that. Here we go.
See her. I think you have to go straight. Yeah?
Possibly.
Just listen. Or bark at her. Don't remember. That's all you have to do is bark. Barking and being nice to people can help you like food. Ooh, that's gonna be a back. I wish you could leave the kids.
Indeed.
Be like, stay so I can go travel.
They need to learn.
They do need to learn. Sometimes I need to travel.
Yep.
Like, there are some nights where I was just so close to being hungry overnight. Well, there's a
like I am.
Use your sensing skill to find. Yeah, or running. You can run. They'll tell.
Today was not a good day for food.
But just because you've eaten. Yeah, try to avoid getting injured, or else your speed is like halved. But yeah, no, you can run quite a bit and still be fine. Go back to the left for a minute. I want to see if you can.
You mean the under the cage here?
Go see if you can go.
I actually went here already.
Okay.
But I'm not sure.
Okay, careful. That's just breathing. There's a rabbit. Okay, you have to hide in the bush. Leave it. Let it run the other way.
Yeah.
And now hide in that bush. Wait for technique.
I see that.
I would be. Meat gives.
Indeed.
I would do meat if you can, and don't eat too much meat. Like eat one meat and then try to find berries and stuff. There's berries. I'm not sure where you. It's a skill, and I think it'll teach you how to. I will check. Okay, so you're way up there. Everything's locked up there. So yeah, you want to. I would go up. Probably.
We came from the long way, though.
Oh. That way.
That's why I'm searching.
Yeah, no, the technique for the rabbits, you can chase them around as much as you want. They just fucking. What time is it? Tonight?
I don't know how to check that.
It'll tell you. Okay, you're happy. Ooh, buddies! Buddy, nice. The other berry bush by the dock. That would stop.
They are.
Yeah, I don't think apple trees grow stuff back because they're in bad of a condition. But if you go back to the dock,
There's a person.
yeah, people are
Indeed.
berry bush by here. Yep, there's berries. Oh, go up, down there. Bear trap.
Damn it! I always do that. Well, I'm fucked anyways.
No, after this. Check on your map. The other way is quicker.
Yeah.
I think it won't get you again. And pause a second again. Just see where you
I have to go that way. And that way. There's probably another bear trap somewhere around here. That's where the badger is usually.
Nope, you it's telling you you're home.
Badger's right down there. I know.
You're running
I know
out
what
of time.
it's telling me. Little quicker.
No, I don't think it's quicker. It literally shows you. Hey, look, you can run again. Well, your pups are- You know, yeah, this is like one thing is you actually can act. But I think. But grab food first. I don't know if the food will come into the cage.
It does.
It does. I wasn't sure if it would come in here and just actually stay in here or not. Kenji, fuck off! I wasn't saying that for you, dog. Hey, look, you can do you can use your clump skills whenever they're available. They will help you survive. So each of the pup can learn different things.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, purple. I guess the purple's one of those things of how much do you want that other pup back? You want your other baby? I wonder if there's a way to get it.
You want me to do it? Because I can't.
I really... Oh, help the badger out.
There you go, Badger.
Okay, anytime you see the badger for that kind of stuff, help.
Always.
You guys were...
Snurf, snurf, snurf.
Snurf.
It's Snurfing Simulator.
Mm-hmm.
Well, this guy's a dick.
Why?
Because he's breaking into a facility.
Look at the state of the facility.
It's a facility nonetheless.
Yeah, but it's apocalyptic times. I don't think it really matters.
Ooh, that's not good.
There should be food in here. You can also catch pigeons.
Oh, he's up there. One more, why not?
Well, one more, why not? Because usually on the third attempt, it breaks. Like, usually when you learn to teach them, it's a puzzle that you have to figure out, and then that teaching the pup learns the move.
Mm-hmm.
Was that a pigeon? Or a rat? Oh, very fast rat. There you go, they got some meat. Nummy nummies in your tummies! Not full. Quite a bit of food. Yeah, if you can bring food back with you to the cave, I think that lessens the amount of food. Maybe?
It does.
Oh, look at that.
What is that?
I think that's one of those features.
Indeed,
You have to learn you have to go to the place where you learn the ability. It is in here. That's also skill. It's fine. You can use it. It'll prompt you before you. Or I guess teach us. I know there's at least one in this building, if not two. The skills you learn here.
Yeah, I'm a little bit further away than I should be.
No, you're fine. You are. Yeah,
I can maybe grab a berry or two.
I heard a mouse. I don't know where.
Back,
I don't know if I don't think it'll catch you. I was like, I know those get set up and they can catch you, but I don't think it can catch you. Oh, that's a exclamation point.
What do I do with that?
I'll do it for a minute. See what's over there. But actually hit the map on your thing. See how far away. Oh, a bunch of things unlocked. Yeah, that's exclamation point. I Might be a warning.
Yeah, dumping.
Yeah. Oh fuck. You need to run. Like, I think once you go over a certain time, it starts to eat away more of your food, maybe?
I don't know. I'm almost home, though.
It's like, I don't remember what exactly it does going late. Yeah, it's eating at the food really fast. See?
Yeah. We made it.
Like, you try not to be late, but you can be a little late.
Oh no. We now need to get out.
If you're lost, you can always check the map. I love how it's just like, oh, I gotta look at my map.
Night 10. Oof. I might need to take a break and get some food.
Night 10.
Alright, where do I go? Can I go back to the beginning, or should I just keep going?
You might be able to go to the next one. Oh, nope, don't go that way. Run back that way. Because he'll pick you up. Okay. So it's forcing you to go.
Indeed.
I think at this point you have to find the next
Probably.
one.
Every 10
in that other area.
You mean in the, over there?
Yeah. Careful, because there's a bird over there. Oh, no, there's not. Berries. Yeah, berries definitely much food. They give you enough to like get by while running. Okay, this is where you learn one. Definitely a skill down here. I don't know if you can learn it this exact second, but I know you learn it. See that? Smell it? I don't think you're at the part where it is. Like, one learns to dig, one learns to sneak, like, sneak through, like, no. Oh no, do. Yes. Yummies, they're coming. Oh, it's probably a rat. Now you can just
Dig is always an option.
Oh, that's okay, check your map because you have to go to one of those areas. Yeah, just go to where that question mark is. You see the event on the map? No.
Yeah, I just want to see.
Yeah,
I have to go back in.
Yeah, no, when you see events like that, it's good to do them. Because not all events stay every night, so certain events you can only do certain days. Like most games. Yeah, but you... Oh,
Gosh darn it.
Time to jump down there for your puppy. Grab the tiny.
It won't.
Oh, just walk past the tiny one. Now turn and give it attention quickly. Back up a little. Okay, go to the left. You have to get it to go through that. Yeah. Got to teach the skill.
Yay!
Now you can use that.
Let's go get food then.
Yeah, and now you can jump up. And jump up. There.
And then somewhere over here was the other squeeze through.
Yeah. Get more food, and then you can go to a den. Assuming you might have back to the original one. I don't know. There probably is another one, but I don't remember where.
Should probably go back to the original den then.
Yeah. Careful this way. Oh, back the other way. Yeah, you're not allowed to go back that way. Go out the other way. You have to probably go to the new den. And it hurt you. Wonderful.
Yeah, oof.
I mean, at least the hurt goes away after. The 10,
yeah, but
night 10 is longer.
It's
quite a bit longer.
I hate telling me to go back.
Yeah, but you
Can't.
You could if you wanted to, but I don't. No, that's not the way.
Checking.
They should be. It should jump. Yeah.
This time, yeah. Crap.
You're good. The den symbol showing you.
It's taking me the long way home.
Yeah.
Oh no, it really is.
Yeah. There's not much you can do about it. There was somebody there. Oh, fuck the bird. Go back.
No, how do I do this?
Okay, that's why you can't just run off like that.
Mm-hmm.
Now you have to comfort it.
It won't let me.
Quit moving closer towards it. You have to have a distance.
I wasn't moving. It won't let me do anything.
There, you did it.
I have no time.
Yeah, you do have to run, but you have to watch for trees like that. That's what I meant by there's trees that the birds sit in, and there's only so many. You'll see the bird. Usually.
Indeed.
At least I'll see. Oh, that's why it had such a big noise the night before.
Because the tower fell. Yeah.
Yeah. Tower went kaboof.
Oh, one of them learned squeeze through.
Yeah. One of them learns squeeze through. One of them learns like dig or dive. I'll create those.
Mm-hmm.
Check the map to see if there's any events.
Just the badger.
I would go back into the facility because that's where food is right now.
Okay, see if I can figure out how to get there.
There's a bird on that tree in the distance. If we go past it, it'll...
I don't see it, but that's fine.
I'm not stuck to play games that are more complicated.
It kind of does, yeah. Not the easiest thing in the world.
Specifically because you can only make this bear trap ahead of you.
I see the owl.
Yeah. Just stay near your pups when you go past it, because you're gonna have to fight it off probably. That works.
Indeed.
Or at least when they're nearby, you can usually hear.
Come on.
Just keep going, see if you can walk.
Oh, I see.
Yeah.
Okay. Nothing there. To go
Check your
this
map
way.
again. Only there. Well, at least you can go down. It'll allow us for like quicker getting. Food. I'm sorry. It could grow back because it was a mushroom.
This is not necessarily the best way to do it, but
Get food. I don't know how you do it. I wouldn't do it again. We should wait for the meat. There you go, Nick. And you don't. You don't.
hopefully.
George. Pups are like, why'd we go down this road if we can't go down this road? Our pups are like, why am I? Oh, squeeze through. Boot you boot, tiny little one. Grab us something to eat. Yummy, yummy. Because we talk more. Oh, fuck, that thing did actually. Jesus, that was a lot of food. I would go look for the next den now. Check the map. Go all the way down the right on that path that you're on right now.
Okay.
Yeah. No egg. Nobody can get a minute. Go back on your map. Like, again. Okay, go the other way. Apparently, the other way is right on that map.
Left. Go left to go right.
Pretty much.
It's probably the direction we're looking.
Yeah, it's just gonna take you to the egg. Or down there, apparently. Oh, that was just ran past. I would leave the map.
Okay.
I don't think they can get down to where you are.
That's fine.
Then just continue on the path right. Just the most I would do for like a food during the night would grab a berry or careful. Can't go too far forward. Hit the map and see where you are. Okay, go across there. No. I hate that it's backward. That's so stupid. There you go. Yep. Oh, I don't know if you do. You might just waste. Yeah. Maybe don't shove it in any more nooks because that's a very big food thing.
Didn't realize.
Why are we carrying?
Because he came. Okay.
There's a lock going down one path, but go down that path. If there's nothing by the time you go down that path.
Make sure I'm going down that path before I do anything. Okay, good enough. Just making sure.
Go left to go, right to go, left to go, right to go, left to go, right to go. Right. Apparently this is the way home anyways.
Yeah.
Garbage bag that nobody needs because there's... It's to take you back to the original one?
Yes.
Maybe, yeah.
Fuck that up.
Oh, yeah.
Maybe I'll get lucky and he'll walk by and I'll be able to escape.
Maybe. If he walks
Or
by,
not.
you can do that. Yeah, that's how you get past them.
Yep. All the way at friggin' thingy. I can't get to probably anything, so.
No, the second den is in a different area.
So back to the first den. Hopefully. I'm gonna have to sneak back by that damn bird again.
Probably, yeah. It might be gone, but I doubt it.
Literally down this road. See it?
There's no, that bird, the bird in the distance there is not an issue. It was the one that was like right above you. That was the problem.
Indeed.
Yeah, no. The other den is just another area of the south section. And then the next den after that, there's two.
Time is it?
2:45. Oh, scent. I love the days when the scent is when the scent takes up half the day.
Yep.
Hmm.
Really?
This might be taking you.
You can always hope, right?
Basically, what happens is depending what area you're in later on, depends on where you want to be sleeping.
Indeed.
How the fuck did that dude get over that? Apparently very sketchy. I think
Thief
this
Simulator.
might actually be the... Yep. I think that's... Reach the second layer. That's what I thought.
Okay. I think I need to take a break. Oh.
Yeah, it's a lot more difficult when you're the one playing the game, huh?
Never said it wasn't.
Streaming is just like so much more intense than people think it is.
Well, gaming itself is really intense.
And then
too.
trying to like keep that and what's going on and paying attention to everything else. Oh, cool.
Once we get through the cutscene.
The second layer. Oh, it's because it's
Yay!
painting
Season of spring.
season of whoa, bitch, where are you going?
And I take it this game autosaves, so it should be saved.
I think so. Oh, that's a dead body.
Nice. Food.
Close enemies can hear you, so don't.
Or
That's more of a if your pups aren't following you fast enough. Yeah, and then quit. Anyways, guys, it's been 4 hours. Stream's gonna end because I'm tired and he's tired and I've got a headache. So, Blake's not doing anything for that. Anyways,
thanks everybody. That was awesome. I hope to join Lady Red again.
You do it every day.
No, I mean in gaming. I like gaming. Gaming's fun.
It is fun, and that's that game was expensive, like $30, but it's such a good game.
It's a very fun game.
What achievements do I have in that game? Endling Extinction is forever. I have 20 out of the 28 achievements.
Nice. I think I
What am
got
I
something
missing?
like
Barking in the rain. Bark 3 times in a row when it's raining. Peaceful instinct. Do not kill any animals for 5 days. Mother love. Pet your cubs at least once for 5 days straight. For better tomorrow. Learn all cub skills. Easter egg. Have your cubs eat the Easter egg. That must be that egg in the church thing. Omnivore. Let your cubs eat every kind of food in the game. Ending. Endling. Unlock every other achievement in the game. One hidden achievement.
a barking fox doesn't bite.
Maternity. Reunite the badger. Oh yeah, that's the badger cub with their mother. That's the one I didn't get because I didn't get that ending. I did so good that I got like literally from like 1 and a little bit of a playthrough. I think I did 1 playthrough.
That was good. I played for 93 minutes.
So it's like finish the game with at least 1 cub alive. Finish the game with at least 2 cubs alive. You get each achievement just for how many cubs you finish, and then finish the game with all cubs alive. I got that. Nice. 26.5%. Anyway.
Good. A darn good achievement.
Anyways, everybody, good night. Have a good day.
Wah, wah. Later.
I make fox noises. Fox noises.